Good morning, Tradeify Nation, and welcome to another edition of Tradeify TV. It is Thursday, July 10th, 2025. It is 60 minutes before the New York opening bell, which means it's time for us to help get you ready for your trading day. For the next 4 hours, we are here with you, and so let's tell you who's here. We also, guys, are a mere 2 subscribers away from 15,000, so we really hope we get that here. I actually like right effing now, so let's get that done. While we're doing that, I'm going to get introduced my co-host, Mr. White T himself, Swiss Nick. Nick, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Matt. How are you doing?
Fan-freaking-tastic.
Nice. Me too. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this stream today. It's going to be exciting. After the big move yesterday, up and then back down, we're now back in the 50-minute opening range from yesterday. So let's see where it takes us. But before we go over the charts, as usual, let's kick this off with our one and only Matcha Mommy Curly Trader. Good morning, Mariam.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, TTV. How are you all doing? I hope you're all doing well. It is Thursday, and we are super excited to start the day with you guys. We are so close to that 15K mark, and yeah, we're gonna be doing something a little fun for that. So get that up, guys, because we are like literally right there. So if you haven't already, of course, that being said, please subscribe to this channel and like this stream so that you can get more value from us and we can continue to provide that for you guys. But yeah, I mean, we're going towards the end of the week. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like this week just kind of flew by. I don't know. Yep. It just felt like it flew by this week. We're already on Thursday. Ooh, man, I don't even remember what happened.
No. You cannot say the week is flying by on Thursday because then today and tomorrow will seem like 10 years. So you're cursing it already.
Well, apparently our boy Nick here is going to be on an airplane wing tomorrow. So that'll be quite interesting. Hopefully, you should have told us sooner so you can at least do like some sort of GoPro streaming from there. But
I did tell you, actually.
Yeah, he'd rather be strapped to a plane wing than doing this show with us. I'm personally insulted by that.
I'll do my best to stream from that wing. That would be so sick. Imagine.
That would be
until you drop your phone and live on YouTube, you see it falling 10,000 feet. That makes for some great content.
That would be a great video.
True. That's what we're here for, right? Great content, entertainment, education, and just giving the chat a good time. So I think they would have a good time seeing that phone drop.
I love it.
Yeah, let's see how many people we can get air sickness on YouTube. That we might be able to break a record there. That's got to be worth at least 1,000 subs, I would imagine.
Oh,
right?
I hope so.
Did we get that? My guys in the background there, have we officially hit 15K yet? Maybe we can get a siren or something.
Meow. Your favorite one.
I mean, I'll refresh here. Drew is saying not yet. Guys.
Not yet. All right, guys, let's get that. If we hit 15K today, which I think is pretty safe, we're going to have an additional giveaway of the, let's see, what do we got? Of 150 straight to funded, accounts, guys. So 2 subs away. So get that done. And whatever giveaways we're already doing, which we'll announce in a minute, we will add 2 of the best and biggest accounts at Tradeify to that as a thank you for hitting 15K. So guys, why don't we start breaking down the overnight action? I know both of my co-hosts here were very active in the morning sessions. So Nick, why don't you talk us through what happened overnight since you've been up for like 9 or 10 hours?
Well, has it been 10 hours? No, not yet, but close. The overnight session honestly was great. As you can see on my screen, I took 1 trade. I'll explain that in a second, but we did break through that trend line that I drew yesterday already, and we basically got through that right during the London session at 3:40 a.m. EST, and then started pumping from there. It was literally like a bull flag dream here. The only problem was I had to stay in this trade for quite some time. But to summarize the overnight session, I mean, we opened here at 23,041-ish. We had a little bit of a pump and then basically had that second touch point for the trend line. And then started to drop again, like below VWAP, and started to retest this consolidation of yesterday. which was happening at around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. We bounced a little bit off of that, had a further move down to the actually mid price of yesterday, which is sitting at 22,977, and then bounced from there and started shooting up once we had the London Open here at 3 a.m. The trade I took was a combination of that trendline break plus, obviously, you know it, a bull flag, right? We had this move up, and I actually did try to take a short here with a tight stop of, 9.2 points. Got stopped out on that. Then we consolidated, formed that beautiful bull flag, and I was like, okay, that's my setup now. I had an 8-point stop on this, as usual, guys, so you understand this. As soon as the 1 minute candle closed outside of that bull flag, I took my entry, had an 8-point stop on it with a 25.5 target, and I had to be patient, not gonna lie. I had to be patient because we first started moving very nicely, came back to break even, started moving again very nicely. I was up like, about 11, 12 points, came right back down to break even. And once we made highs here again, I actually moved my stop to break even and then just held it until my target here with this nice candle at 4:24 in the morning. So it was a good overnight session for 25.5 points and a 9-point loss. So a total of about 14.5, 15 points. So yeah, that was good. But let's look at what's going to happen today. Matt, do you first want to go over oil and gold, or should I continue with NQ?
Just go ahead and continue. Let's keep it in the index lane.
All right, let's do it. I'm going to switch here to my red and green candles, so it's a bit easier to understand. When I trade overnight, I actually trade my own kind of setup here with white and gray candles, but the red and green is obviously what we all know, right? For today, we do have a couple important things right about now. Actually, 9 minutes ago, we had initial jobless claims news coming out. Didn't have like a tremendous impact on NQ. However, it was still, I still marked out this red line as usual when news come out. Levels I'm looking at today, as said, we're still in that 50-minute opening range from yesterday. If you can call it an opening range, it was just a straight pump, not gonna lie. However, we're still inside that right now. And VWAP is sitting right at the midpoint. So VWAP is certainly one very important level for me that I'm looking at if we're gonna bounce that and continue higher, or if we're breaking it and go to the downside. Now, if we go higher, obviously we have the all-time high here that's sitting nicely at currently 23,112. Again, if we approach this, let's see if we can break it, or if we just reject it again like yesterday. Or to the downside, the most important levels for me are obviously the previous day mid, which is kind of like the same level as the weekly open, right? So pretty much this area between 22,970 and 22,978 as a nice little zone that should hold in my opinion. But if we go through that and we blast to the bottom, well, we would have the previous month high here as an area of support. And then if we blast through that, we could go down to the monthly open. I don't think we're going to go further down than that if we go down. But hey, again, let's see. We're not trying to predict here. We're just trying to analyze and then react to what price is doing. But that's it for my NQ levels. And yeah, let's do ES first, Miriam, and then we'll go over to gold and oil with Matt.
Yeah. So full transparency, guys, I've been having a little trouble trading. I traded the overnight session, the Asia session, got a little cooked on that, and then made back some profits. But I am down on the day. So I did, let me actually just go over this real quick, because I did take this trend line break on the NASDAQ, or at least attempted to, got multiple entries, multiple fake outs on this. So got a little bit of profit off, but I did get stopped out on this trade. But this was a trade that I did take in the pre-session here. So nice little rejection here of that trend line when we did retest it. So definitely one that I'll still have on watch here. But yeah, it's been a rough morning so far. But going back to the charts here in terms of the levels that I'm going to be looking at, ES has been in this interesting rejection zone since Monday. Really, I mean, look at these top wicks that we've been getting. We haven't been able to clear this 3 315 level. This 315 level is going to be a key area. And you can see here, this is the level that I'm talking about. We got a nice move. This was Monday's high, right? So Monday's high was at 315. We got a nice push up into that area, but you can see we had a huge rejection from that level, and we basically took out the whole morning move. So this is going to be a key level for me today as well. We need to get back up above this 315 level. I don't necessarily see any bookmap. Actually, nope. There are bookmap orders at that level as well. So this is going to be a key area for ES today. We need to, obviously hold this 300 level has been also key. So it's always these psychological levels that we're looking at whenever we're talking about the indices. With NASDAQ, it's going to be that 23,000 level, 23,100. Those were significant levels in the overnight as well. And, we want to start looking at how these areas are going to be reacting until we break out of them. We did attempt to break out of, this 300 level in the overnight session, got a little pop down, but this 288 is also going to be significant on ES. So I would say between 300 and 290, 288 is going to be the area. And then if we can break down below that, right now I do have this trend line. Let me just get rid of my emails here. But we do have this trend line that we are building up on the 90-minute. Let me just go down into the 30-minute real quick so you guys can really see this. But VWAP is going to be a significant area for ES today as well. So you can see VWAP is sitting at that 300 level. And so if we can break that, again, we have room down to 289. And if we can break 289, I would say at least 283 and then 276. That's yesterday's low as well. So let's see. Again, we talk about these ranges, guys. We talk about how we are still in these ranges. We're still kind of in these, in these ranges that we can expect chop in, right? We haven't been able to fully break above Monday's high on ES. NASDAQ, similar sort of situation where this 23,100 area is pretty key. And you can see here, we did start creating these seller zones. Let me just actually go down to the 1 hour so you guys can really see this. But this seller zone here is really sitting, you can see it really beautifully. Look how well we just rejected this 23,100 all the way down to 2386 area. So that's going to be a key area for me to look at for bulls to really find acceptance above. So again, whenever we're in these ranges, typically expect some choppiness, right? You could expect a little bit of fake outs. I definitely was victim to that. And I typically don't trade the Asia session just because it's a little bit too slow for my liking. But when we're talking about these levels, the trade that I actually took did set up to be a really nice trade, but just didn't get the move that I wanted. So we're really just in yesterday's range as well. So I would really just be looking for us to break 23,112 all the way down to this 90-minute demand zone we have sitting between 22,938 and 22,921. We also have another one. It's a 4-hour / 90-minute demand zone that we would be sitting under, which is at 22,900 and then 22,875. So again, lots of congestion going to the downside, but if you're a range trader, this is definitely your dream. You could essentially just be trading this range. I'm not that type of trader. I know Nick, you kind of fiddle around with that sort of trading strategy, but I like breaks. I like to really see directional movements. That's where I thrive. So for me, I would be looking for us to really hold below VWAP. I want to see ES and NASDAQ be in sync with that. I've told you guys that's something that I really look for, and right now it seems to be that we are holding in sync with both indices. So not a lot of divergence there, but again, I want to see, I want to see if we can actually clear VWAP on both futures, and those are going to be sitting at pretty key levels: 23,000 for Nasdaq and 6,300 on ES. So we are still in this downtrend. I mean, this trend line is holding pretty well, but I guess for me, I would wait for a re-entry on this, but definitely not going to be entering anywhere here. So let's see what we got.
All right, guys. So if we're going to take a look at the hour-long chart in oil and gold to start the day here, So excellent analysis, both Nick and Miriam. And we'll get back to those indexes in just a minute, guys. Also, as I'm done with this, we're finalizing all the giveaway stuff in the background here to celebrate 15K. So we'll announce that here momentarily. We got a lot of giveaways that are coming, guys. It's going to be an outstanding day, and we're celebrating getting over 15,000. And guys, I first of all, big thank you for that. Obviously, it goes without saying, you guys are those subscribers, so we can't do it without you. So we really appreciate you guys. How much we've grown in just a little over a month and a half-ish is insane. I cannot wait to see what the next 6 months are going to bring. So we definitely appreciate you guys being here, subscribing, and we know so many. We see the same names every day. We see some new names every day, which is outstanding. We are. I feel like I can say with a lot of confidence that we're one of the fastest growing streams in the space right now, and certainly in the prop space. So we definitely thank you for that. So guys, in oil, I'm actually sort of changing my tune just a little bit on oil today. I'm actually going to be sort of meta bearish as we head down towards 66 and 64. So we've rejected the 68.80 to 69 level basically on 3 separate occasions over the course of the last couple of sessions. So for me, I'm going to be looking for a break below 67.20 and a test of 66 at that point. We'll kind of see how the opening hour action goes. I'm actually in the process, guys, of I bought a few things on Prime Day to help organize my space a little better. I told you that, so we'll be able to get a little more shorter term and drill down on some of these oil and GC's charts starting tomorrow as I sort of reorganize what I'm looking at, where it is, and how we break things down. As far as gold is starting to set up for a long-term pennant pattern, guys. We're making a series of higher lows and lower highs. Right. So we look at this chart here, we're making, again, series of lower highs and a series of higher lows. That seems to be compressing at about the 33.20 level. So gold is probably something, again, I'm getting back into looking at a little more often. I don't know until we at least get down to this 33.20 or we break 33.40 to the upside that I'm going to be too excited to trade it. But this really, really nice pattern that we're setting up here on the long term. So I'll be curious to kind of see where we go, especially if the markets contract just a little bit today. Come on, load up the charts. There we go. As far as the Russell goes, guys, Russell's been looking pretty bullish after tapping the 2210 level. And so again, I'm looking for a breakout above 2270 there. Now, keep in mind, the Russell's not something I trade very often, even historically. There's been times in my career I've traded gold and oil a lot more often than I do now. I've never traded the Russell a whole lot, but I do use the Russell, again, as a measure of the appetite of risk that the big boys are going to be in, right? So with the Russell, it's coming in a little bit on this hour candle, but if we get back above 2270 and we start to see the overall markets begin to push to the upside, this could really be a harbinger of a strong upward move. Now, is that coming today? I don't know. Maybe not. Probably not. But as we move into, I feel like now the markets will react to all the things that we have coming out, right? All the economic news, the earnings, all the stuff with tariffs. It feels like the markets are coiling up for a pop to the upside. Now, again, one piece of information or one Trump tweet today can completely blow that up. But just a lot of the signs that we're seeing, I think I'm the perma bull here, so of course I'm going to wish and hope for new all-time highs. But I do think within the next 3 to 4 sessions, we have a really good chance of getting back up to that level. All right, that was a lot. That was a lot. What's that now?
The chat is with you. It's 48% pump. Also,
of course they're with me. The chat ain't dumb.
Also, I did just take that bear flag break here. I don't know if we're going to get some follow through on this, honestly. I'm in with one mini from the 23,039s to target 23,015. So let's see if I get follow through. Oh, there it is. Nice. I would like to take that low out here on the 1 minute. In the next 1 or 2 minutes, but I just wanted to be transparent. Enter the trade here.
Nice. Yeah, we're still in this downtrend here. I mean, it depends obviously what time frame you're looking at. I look at the 5 minute when I'm really analyzing my trades to take. But yeah, this trend line, I mean, we really need to get back up above this 77 area, which we're about 30 points away from that, more than 30 points away. So right now, this is kind of what I call when I look at the 5 minute here. We are getting some selling pressure on ES here, but when I look at this range that we're in, I use the 9 EMA and the and VWAP. So when I look at like where VWAP is in relation to the 9 EMA, whenever we're kind of like closer together, I call that a penalty box, right? Like this zone right here, like whenever we're sitting in between the 9 EMA and VWAP, like for me, I don't like to initiate a trade necessarily in here unless this gap is big. So if we're sitting in the 9 EMAs here and VWAP's like all the way down here. Now this is a decent-ish gap because you can probably get like about 20 points out of this. But what I would be looking for is I would be looking for a retest back to the 9 EMA and then looking for a short around this 23,050. Now, depending on what the price action looks like, of course, like I don't want this massive, green candle to come in and, just completely take this out. That would invalidate the trade. But you can see here those prior swing high over here, right, at this 23,050. So this gives me at least 2 levels of confluence where we would reject the 9 EMA. I would look at the volume and see, all right, are we coming in with lower volume? Because I want, if we're going to get a retest, I want lower volume coming in, and we're going to try to see if we can get it here. But if we can get this retest back to this 23,050 and then a rejection, and then we have VWAP sitting here at 23,025. So that would be like my target. But I don't look to initiate a trade in between here unless we get the rejection of the 9 EMA or we get the bounce of VWAP. So that's kind of what I look for when we're sitting in between the EMAs or the EMA and VWAP. But right now, again, we're kind of just like deciding on what to do. And I know market will be opening in about what is that, 37 minutes. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
You did. Yeah. You did.
So I can't math this morning, guys, but yeah, that's kind of what I would be looking for. That's kind of what I would be looking for us. But yeah, I mean, this I got my entry. This is what's like so rough about this. When you look at these sort of moves, like I got my entry at 64 actually, 64.25, with a stop at like this trend line right here at 67. I really didn't have a big stop on this, but I was getting like just chopped up in this, and I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna get out of this trade. So I think I got out for like a 10-point move, but then we got this massive pullback here, and then we rejected the trend line. You can see here we're still under the 9 EMA. So ES is kind of still flirting with the 6,300 level. So again, this area is going to be pretty key for me, which is why I'm like, I don't necessarily love initiating a trade here, but it could be a nice rejection of the EMAs. ES would be having to reject the 6303, call it 6304 area, and then with continuation down. But if we break VWAP, guys, I think we have some room down to this 2300 area. So let's see. I'm rooting for you, Nick. I hope you get this trade.
Yeah, it looks nice.
I think that just what I'm looking at, I do think we have a pretty clear path down to 23K, and I think that's the area of consolidation that we'll gear up for that push back to all-time highs if it happens. Again, we are in this macro news environment, right? I've been doing this, guys, 11, close to not far from 12 years now. I don't recall such a loaded macro environment outside of the first couple of months after COVID, right? When there was the markets didn't react to, for a whole month, the markets didn't react to almost any economic news except for the daily New York press conference on COVID numbers and infections, hospitalizations, death, all of that, because that was sort of a harbinger for the rest of the country. Outside of that, I do not remember a time where the markets were so hyper reactive to so many, I don't want to say external, because earnings, tariffs, all that are directly related to the markets. But this is, guys, we can sit here and analyze the charts. We're going to do that. We do that every day. But as we've seen on this show very recently, one statement, tweet, letter, sneeze from Powell, the president, other countries' leaders can change everything. So, but as it sits right now, I look for a consolidation to 23K and then a push to new all-time highs.
Yeah, that would be nice. I'll take it because I have my target at 16. So.
All right,
that would feel me first. Nice. Also, guys, I mean, we mentioned it before, but we are going to have some sick giveaways today, like literally spread out through the entire stream. So make sure that you're here for the entire show, because you will have the opportunity to win some sick stuff, including straight to funded accounts. So It's going to be a great show. So make sure that you hit that like button, because we are going to do the first flash giveaway soon, but only if we hit 250 likes. All right. So smash that like button right now if you haven't already, and get us to 250 likes, and we'll do a flash giveaway.
Let's get it.
So Miriam, sun just coming up out there in LA?
Barely. Yeah, it's I think it really, I don't even know when the next daylight saving. Usually it's like November, but yeah, it's gonna be a minute before we really start to see the sunrise coming up. Like I'm up and it's pitch dark out. So yeah, if you guys don't know, I'm on the West Coast, so it is barely 6 a.m. here. It's 5:57 in the morning, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I've gotten used to it at this point. I've gotten used to it, so it's exciting.
Yeah, it's you're a beast for getting up that early to do the show. I mean, that's some serious dedication right there for the Tradeify TV.
I gotta be here, guys. I gotta be here with you guys. So
that's what I said on this stream ends, and Nick goes to dinner and Miriam goes to brunch. So that's
yep, that's how we do it.
Oh, man.
That is how we do it. Okay, this trade is now reversing on me. We double bottomed at the same level as that 1 minute before that I mentioned. I would like to see a break of the low. So let's see if it takes us to the lows or not. I have my stop sitting at 23.52. You can see it on the chart here.
Gabby, I'm sure background Nick and Drew. Actually, no, you're right. Background Nick and Drew. We see it in the chat. They specifically say anybody can win, but Gabby. That's in there every single day. So no, we're kidding. It's a random draw, guys. You're in with a few hundred people. But a lot of not all of them, but a lot of our regulars have won at least once, which we like to see, of course. But again, now that's why we say get here early, get into these early giveaways, because the more subs we add, the harder it's going to be. So that's again why we appreciate all the people that have been here since day one. We've got a lot of people. Let's see. I think Leia, Joker, a few other people, Boundless, have been here like since day one. So we appreciate you guys, and we appreciate you attending the stream every single day. But yes, in a couple of minutes, we'll announce all the giveaways that are coming once we get final confirmation on those. But yeah, guys, this is going to be one of our bigger giveaways, I think, since one of our first streams. So make sure to stay tuned for the whole session. Make sure you're live, guys. If you click away, if you step away, you never know when your browser is, as Nick has found out, Chrome will just randomly crash at random times. So make sure you're live with us throughout the broadcast. And guys, we have, if you ever wonder, first of all, there should be a red dot down next to live in the lower right hand or left hand corner of your YouTube pane. And also, guys, check the clock. We have a clock on this stream for a reason, so you guys can make sure you should be no more than a few seconds behind, no matter where you are in the world. All right, guys, so we are about 30 minutes to the open. Right now, the indexes are pretty much sitting flat. We're mostly flat across the board except for oil. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But we'll once we the New York Open, we'll pop and look at some of the individual stocks, because we've seen in the NQ, guys, some of these individual stocks, whether it's Microsoft or Tesla, Apple, catching bids or offers have really driven the NQ over the course of the past few sessions as we wait on some sort of resolution for tariffs.
Yep, and we did just cross the 250 likes, guys. So we are going to do the first giveaway right now, because you guys are here up and early, and we obviously want to reward you. You already heard it. We are going to have 6 giveaways today. The first one, that's just the first one, okay, is going to be for 3 25K straight to funded accounts. That's just the first giveaway.
Funded. Hell yes.
Okay, so here's how we're going to do this. Same rules as usual. You have to like the stream. You have to be subscribed to the channel. And once I do drop the keyword, you have to type it just once. Not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, because you are going to get disqualified if we type it more than once, okay? The keyword is one word. It's not going to have any spaces in between. And the word is 15K subs. 15K subs. Thanks to you guys. Good luck, everybody. This is for 3 25K straight to funded accounts.
Let's go. There it is.
This is flirting with my stop loss here. Stopped me out 3 times already, almost.
Yeah, ES really holding on to this 300 level.
I did get stopped out just now.
Yeah, getting a lot of buying pressure coming in here. Lots of buying pressure. Yeah, so this is what I mean by, like, this would completely invalidate the trade. that I had mentioned earlier. Just getting like a push above the 9 EMA, but yeah, this is where I would be looking for us to now target the 75 area.
Yeah, we did hold that daily open very nicely, actually. We triple bottomed on it.
Yeah.
At the 35 level here on NQ. So it seems like we are going to pump with Matt. Pump.
Oh, that brings me back to the old SNL skits.
I don't recall that one.
You don't remember Hans and Franz?
Oh, yeah, I do.
It was Kevin Nealon and the guy that does all the impressions did Bush Senior, Dana Carvey. Where they put him in these sweats where they just had like really bad rolled up towels and everything to pretend they're muscular. And so it's sort of a riff on like the 80s, 90s, Russian like steroid Olympians. And so there's these like tiny guys that were impossibly huge. And so they would, it was like a little fitness show. It's like, I'm Hans and I'm Franz and we're here to pump you up.
I remember that.
You said pump in a slightly Russian accent there. That brought me back.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Nice. All right, Drew, whenever you're ready, pull up that randomizer. And then let's see who our first 25K straight to funded account winner is today.
By the way, I'm putting in a request with the YouTube gods that our next 5,000 subs are people 40 and over, because I need people to start getting my references. This is bullshit.
All right, we got our first winner here on screen, Danny Sawyer. Congratulations. If you guys are still typing 15K subs, you can stop. It's not going to do anything. Danny, congrats. Make sure to type something in the chat really quick so we see you're there and you're claiming your win. And then also make sure to type something, not type something in the chat, but add your email address to your YouTube channel description so we can send you the account. Then, Drew, you can pull it back up. We're going to do 3 winners right away on this.
And also keep in mind, guys, we caught a couple people yesterday changing their YouTube handles. We pulled the URL before we announced the winner, so we know exactly who it is. So if you try to change your name and claim it, you are hidden from the chat, which means you are permanently banned from any and all giveaways or commenting on the show in the future. So just keep that in mind. We play it straight here, but again, we record the winners before we announce them. So you're not pulling a fast one over on Drew and Background Nick.
Yep. All right, let's re-roll and get the second winner of a 25K straight to funded account. That goes to John Tia. Congratulations, John. Make sure to type something in the chat and add your email address to the YouTube channel description.
Guys, I just took along here at 55.75. So I'm going to have my stop sitting about 10 points on this. I'm going to give this a go. We'll see if this can get back up to the 77 area. And we'll see if I don't like this rejection that we're getting, but I did like the nice push that we got up above the 9 EMA. Oh God, this might just stop me out real quick, but that's the reason why I took it, because we did get a nice push above the 9 EMA. And then my stop, like I said, is sitting at 47. So it's about less than a 10-point stop. I might actually move it to 45.
All right. And well, we still have a third winner that we're going to pick. So Drew, if you want to pull it up again, and let's roll for the third winner of a 25K straight to funded account. That goes to Show Me the Money. Yeah, well, here is your money, a 25K straight to funded account. Congratulations. Make sure to type something in the chat as well and add your email address to your YouTube channel description so we can send it out to you.
Another great 90s movie.
What?
Jesus Christ.
Too old, Matt.
Show me the money. Show me the money. Really? Nothing?
He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, fuck no.
Yeah, you're too old, Matt. Sorry. It's okay though. We still love you.
Come on, man. Jeez.
Oh Lord.
Oh yeah, he is. He is Andrell. He's way too young. Yes, Jerry Maguire.
Yeah, I didn't get that either, Sam.
Jerry Maguire.
You don't get Tom Cruise movies, and I mean,
Of course.
Yeah,
That's why I go on top of a plane tomorrow. You know.
oh yeah, you're trying to be Tom Cruise.
Mission
Huh?
I
Impossible.
am Tom Cruise.
Oh Lord.
I don't know if I could pull that one off. I'm gonna have to workshop that one behind the scenes, but I'll work on it. Good Lord, I'm surrounded by children here. This is.
Hey. Hey now.
Well, you didn't pop in on the reference.
Well, it's okay. I'm just minding my own business.
Yeah.
Well, you minding your own business. Where do you have your stop loss on this, and where's your target?
Here, let me share this screen so you guys can see it, because it is not on my normal screen here. Drew, I'm gonna change my screen real quick. All right, let's see here.
Well, I don't think either of my fellow hosts are 2000 babies, but they were
No, definitely not a 2000 baby.
they're young. They ain't that young.
Nope, 1995.
Oh man. All right, so I got in at 23.055.75. My stop is just 10 points, so 23.045.50. A little like, yeah, 10 points. Let's call it 10 points. So what I really want to see is a drive back up to this 23.0777 area, which is, you know, we're sitting pretty much like in that range right now. So ES, the reason I like this too is because ES held the 6,300 level pretty well. And that's essentially what I would be looking for us to continue from here. You guys can see also this trend line on ES that NASDAQ has a pretty similar one too. So we are essentially, oops, let me try to draw this. It's so hard when I don't have my other chart to show you guys, but this is kind of what I'm looking for us to continue above on ES as well. So we are getting, you know, we're getting a hold of this. This is the 1 minute chart on the NASDAQ. Yikes, let me get rid of that. This is the 1 minute chart on the NASDAQ. So I would be looking for us to, you know, hold 48.50, which is why I have my stop sitting at 45.50. So if we can get that move, then, you know, I like this trade. I like this trade to a push up to 77. You can see 77 up here. So let's see. That'll be about a 22 point move to the upside. And then if we can clear 77, I think we have some real room up to 100, or 100. Actually, yeah, 23,100 would be the next point that I would look for us to take.
Nice. Let's see if we can get that push.
All right, so guys, no major news on the docket today. We do have a couple of bond auctions, and there are a couple of Fed speakers today, just sort of scattered throughout the day. So again, I think we're going to start to see probably next week the markets really turn their attention to the July 30th Fed meeting and kind of some of the political pressures that'll be involved with at least a small rate drop. We'll get a little more into that next week. We'll start looking at the Fed Watch tool and you know, paying a special attention to any statements from the Fed or from the president regarding the Fed. But as of today, guys, it's there's no like 5-star news on the docket. And we said that coming into this week, that this would be a week that could be subject to a lot of kind of crazy moves and bounces, because it could be a lower volume week coming off of the July 4th holiday, coming off of you know, the last Fed meeting. Earnings don't really gear up until next week and the week after, when we start getting some of the big tech earnings. So we talked about it going into the week, that it's a little bit of a news macro vacuum. So the only things that have come through this week have been you know, trade letters sent out from the U.S. administration to various trading partners on tariffs. We got a number of Middle Eastern and African countries that got large tariffs slapped on them yesterday. So we're just going to continue to see how that goes. But we have had some sort of tariff talk or tweet or something every day this week, so we do have to be cognizant of that. We watch our position sizes and just understand when it's time to be bailing out of trades.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is not moving in either direction right now.
Yeah.
It's like it's doing the same with you like it did with me just before on the short.
Where it's stalling. Yeah. We really need the volume. I mean, obviously we don't have too much going on right now because we're still in the pre-market, but yeah, there's sellers that just stepped in at 23,060 on the NASDAQ. Let me see ES here. ES really, yeah. ES looks like it just flatlined on Bookmaps, but 62.97. That 6,300 doesn't have a lot of buyers sitting there, but I see 62.95 to 62.97, and then really stacked up orders sitting there. So we're getting some selling pressure coming in here. So let's see. But we have room. I mean, on ES, we have room to up to 63.10, 63.12, and then that 63.15 area. So if we get a push back up, then this will be good. But I also don't like this double top that we're sitting here on the 1 minute. That's another like area of concern.
I agree with you. I agree.
Props to our background chat for making me feel very old right now, by the way.
Yeah, I just got stopped out of that trade. I did mention to you guys that I am down from a previous trade as well. So Nick will be updating that P&L. Getting a lot of selling pressure coming in actually on ES specifically, but ES doesn't seem to be moving as much as NQ.
Yeah, now we're getting into that dangerous 15 minutes before market open.
This little bit has gotten all three of us at some point this week, right?
Yeah.
Where the thing it's interesting, and Nick's right. We get into and part of the frustration is it hasn't even been consistent as to when sort of the market conditions begin to change. Traditionally, 2, 3 to 5 minutes before the New York session, volume across the board, right? In the futures, in the pre-market stocks, everything starts to pick up. It's been a lot more inconsistent. We've seen the futures anywhere from 910 to 920. The characteristics just change, right? And we start running towards a little more macro levels as opposed to some of the levels we established in the overnight session. So we'll see what happens.
Yep. I'm gonna stay patient here and not open another trade before 9:30.
I think the best thing, I was just thinking about this too. I think the best thing is to wait for the first like 15, 30 minutes to see what the market's doing. I feel like this is going to be one of those days too where lots of like, anticipated moves and then just like, reversals of it. So let's see what we get. Because we are still, I mean, this is a pretty big candle that we're getting here on the 5 minute at least forming. ES back at this 300 level. VWAP is really sitting where ES's level is, but like I said, we have those buyers sitting at 62.97, so we could get a little pop down below VWAP and then a potential reversal or at least a hold of that level. So because I don't see any other buyers up until 62.90. So
yeah, and it's one of those situations, guys. You even if you've been doing this for just 3+ years, right? Like I said, it used to be. I remember kind of hearing when I first started learning about trading. I wasn't even trading yet. I said, it takes a good 10 to 12 to 15 years to kind of go through all the market cycles and understand what you're seeing, et cetera, et cetera. I really don't believe that's the case anymore. I believe about 3 years-ish is all you need to kind of see the way the market cycles have accelerated dramatically, especially post-COVID. Is that there's just so you don't need that much time, right? You get to, and I think we were talking about this both on the show and behind the scenes for you guys that have been in this 5 to 6 years. Like you've seen everything at this point. There's not a day the markets have presented that you really haven't seen, right? So but you have to be aware of the cycles and how things go in the markets. And I think we're coming out of a cycle, and we've talked about this week, where there's some really good opportunities in the pre-market. It just seems like we're getting a little more erratic, and I think it's time to, at least for me, to as Miriam alluded to kind of default back to that. The first 15 minutes of the market's been great trading over the past 2 or 3 months. But for me personally, now I'm looking right back out to that 15-minute orb and just say, you know what, let's just let the chaos subside a little bit. Now, unfortunately, in this market environment, you sit out those first 15 minutes, you may miss the only good move of the day in the indexes, right? But unfortunately, it's just kind of the nature of the game. I think it's you've seen me the past couple weeks take a couple shots here or there and just paper cut here, paper cut there. So it's a tougher environment and things are tightening up quite a bit. But as I've said very consistently this week, I think we're coming out of this in the next week as we move into earnings, as we move into closer to the well, at least for now, tariff deadline. I think I'm sticking by my prediction that the rest of 2025 is going to be outstanding trading. But that's what 250, 270 days of trading. There's going to be 70 of those are going to be shit. That's just the nature of the beast, even in good years. So I think we're coming back into a session where or into kind of a market environment where there's going to be some multiple good opportunities throughout the New York session. We just kind of deal with the pain of this news vacuum right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is like, I mean, you can find yourself getting like really frustrated trading this market too when you see these sort of fake outs, and then you're like, oh my God, like even yesterday during the Asia session, literally bottom ticked me in reverse like 20 points. So I was like, come on, like what are we doing here? So I remember sitting with my husband and I'm just like, you know what? We're just gonna close the charts and watch Severance.
Where are you at in that, by the way?
We're on episode 6, I believe. We're just about to start it, or I don't know. We're
all right, so it's starting to pick up a little bit now.
Yeah, it is. It definitely
You've got to fight through those first 3 episodes.
Yeah.
Like I watched the first 2.5. I stopped midway through the third, and I didn't touch it for 6 months.
Yeah.
And then I came back to it, finished it, and once you've watched the very last episode of season 1, we got to chat. I want to hear about your reaction to the last 5 minutes.
I'm into it. I mean, even those first 3 episodes, I was like, ugh, but it's starting to get really, really, really good. You're starting to like just question a lot of things, but
it's a fun premise too. It really is.
Yeah,
like it is an original. There's so little original stuff in entertainment today, right? It's everything is a sequel or a reload or a reboot. And to see something very original that honestly took risks and could have flopped very hard, but and props to Ben Stiller, the funny guy making this show that's an absolute mindfuck. I love it.
Ben Stiller he's like one of the directors or producers or whatever it is.
Oh, he's in the thick of it. Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, the only producer is Drew.
he's our only producer, and we couldn't do it without him. So
Drew's killing it.
The frustrating thing for me too, Miriam, is, and this has been something I've noticed quite a bit, both in my trading on the show, outside of the show, whatever. Losing really doesn't frustrate me. I've been at this long enough to know there's going to be slow weeks or months or days where there's just not opportunities, or the opportunities don't work. Fine. That's part of trading. Best loser wins, right?
Yeah.
But for me, the frustration is either A, not seeing a lot of opportunities, or B, getting into a trade on a great opportunity and it just doesn't really do much, right? I've had more trades, I think, in the past month where I'm still in the trade 5, 6, 7 minutes later, and I'm no more than 10 to 12 points from my entry in either direction. That's been unusual for this year. Neutral trades that just jerk around and don't go anywhere, that's what frustrates me. And that's something that I know from my years of experience will lead me to make bad trading decisions, right? Losing trades are part of, listen, guys, get 10 years in this business. You're going to have hundreds or thousands of losing trades. It just is what it is. You've got to learn to process those and move on. If I get into something, if I top tick or bottom tick something and it comes out, all right, I'm not saying I'm happy losing money, but it's part of the game. The things that don't move, and those are the ones that frustrate me. And those are the things that traditionally have caused me some of my biggest mental trading mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the ones that don't move are really the frustrating ones. And I feel like a lot of the theme has been recently too, is just the timing. I mean, a lot of timing issues, at least on my end, have been, the right idea, just the wrong timing of it. And of course, that's not ever something that you know or can predict, or you just got to take the trade when you see it. But definitely another layer of frustration of like, you have the right idea, you have the right thesis, but it's just the timing wasn't the right time. Yeah. So we are starting to, we're holding the lows here. So we are getting this pushback up. Let's see if we can actually, target this 77 area. What I would be looking for is maybe some resistance at 68. The reason being is if you go to my charts here on the 5-minute, you can really see this wick here that we got on at 5:30 my time. But you can see this wick that we got here at 23,068. And whenever we see top wicks like this and we start to see a push back up, typically we target these wicks, right? Some people will actually get an entry here. Well, my entry was at this 56 area, but typically people will enter this to play the wick fill. Wicks typically serve as, like gap fills essentially too. So we might see some resistance here at this 68 level before, potentially moving back up to the 77. So let's see what we get here. But this would have been areas that I would start kind of peeling profits off. But if I was in multiple positions, that is.
Joker, great question there. Do you still struggle mentally, or do you reach a certain point where you catch yourself emotional or struggling? So I think I've said on this show before, like for me, I've never been able to, and maybe this is a defect on my part or just something, I've never really been able to suppress too many of my emotions when trading. Right now, you won't see me like visibly happy or upset or anything on the show, win or losing trade, whatever. But for me, what I have been able to do through a lot of readings of Mark Douglas, a lot of meditation, is I've been able to detach that little wire that goes from your trading emotions to your trading decision making. Right. I know there's you have to eliminate your emotions in trading. For me, that's just not possible. I'm maybe it is for most people. Maybe that's just, you guys that have been watching this show, my brain's a little wired differently. I'm a little fucked up to begin with. So that's okay. Right. So I still have the same emotional reactions to trading now that I did 10 years ago. The difference is they don't influence my decision making. I'm able to take a deep breath and sort of make mostly rational decisions when entering and exiting trades. I've talked to a lot of people over the years. I know there's some people that are very similar to me, and then there's some people who are able to just treat it basically like a video game, right? And take their plays according to their rules, and not have any emotional reactions to that. I have emotional reactions to just about everything. They just, for the most part, again, I'm like everybody, I make emotional mistakes from time to time. They don't affect my decision making when it comes to managing my trades.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is like, just you get better at managing your emotions. Like they don't just go away. People are like, oh, how do you just stay emotionless? And it's like, you're not a robot. Like you're not going to just completely get rid of your emotions. Yeah. I mean, and whenever money's involved too, I mean, that's not necessarily the most like calming thing when you think about it. But yeah, I mean, it's funny too, because we had Amas on the show yesterday. Great guy. Like he's so young, but he's so mature for his age. And it's just his calmness in his demeanor was just, it was very refreshing to see that. But yeah, it doesn't, the emotions don't go away for sure. But at least, I think the biggest thing is just sticking to a process, right? You have to stick to a process and just know that like, over time, this process, if you stick to it, will work for you. And that's really the biggest thing. So trying to remove the emotions from that is what helps. But we are clearing, we're trying to clear the 63 or 2368 area. So really next target here is going to be 77. And if we can clear 77, I mean, we have a clear shot at least to the supply zone sitting at 86. And then I would target 100. So
I can first of all, another pump like yesterday
this is the move that I was looking for.
Yeah.
Tanner, 5 minutes and 18 seconds away.
Tanner, really sorry about your dog. Sorry to hear that. And yeah, that's a good, probably, especially if you've had the dog a long time or even a short time, take a few days off. Definitely. That's a big emotional thing. So definitely sorry to hear that. And Gabby said, how do you train? Honestly, Gabby, I wish I could tell you there was a shortcut to this, but it's time and reps. That's really what it is. And again, at some point, and we've all done this, right? For some people, it's just a couple weeks. For some people, it's months. For me, it was about 3 to 4 months. You just eventually you're going to stop touching the hot stove, right? Like at some point you just have to learn. Guys, I wish there was some great hack for that. I really do. I wish there was some wisdom, filled statement that I could make, but at some point you have to make the decision to stop losing money. I know that sounds simple, like overly simplified, and like, well, of course I'd do that if I could, Matt. No, honestly, at some point you need to give yourself permission to stop losing money. As Oprah-ish as that sounds. And that's really what it was for me. It was just a decision that said, I'm sick and fucking tired of losing all this money. I need to do the things that I know, we all know that we need to do to be successful. So, all right, guys, 5 minutes to the open. We are rallying towards the session high. So let's see.
Yeah, not just the session high, but also the all-time high. Not that far away here.
Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking for a move down to 23K at the open. We'll see what happens, but
could happen. I mean, VWAP is sitting at 23,028 on the Nasdaq, so we could also retest that. Let's see. Be patient.
Yeah, I want to wait for the first 15 minutes. Let the markets digest a little bit. Hopefully we don't get, honestly, I really would love if we can stay in this range. If we can stay in this, you know, basically this overnight market range, right? We're sitting at 23,035 to this 77 area. We can sit between this and then make a move. That's ideal for me, because the smaller the range in the first 15, 30 minutes, then the bigger the breakout tends to be. So, but it looks like, I mean, we're not too far from that 77, so they could take it out. They could take it out. We could get similar move that we got to yesterday, where it's like 100 and what was it, like 120 points to the upside, something crazy.
Yeah, it was 110 points yesterday.
110 points. Yeah,
I think it was 110.
And then just a complete reversal of the move.
Yep.
this was nuts.
Well, you and Nick, you both caught a super nice short at the top there, so.
Yeah, that was a good short. I will say that was a good short, but was not anticipating this complete move reversal of the opening candle. But yeah, we'll see what we get here.
Mm-hmm.
Nice buying pressure coming in here.
And yeah, Joker, you're right. We are gonna have some sick giveaways today, so make sure to stay around for the entire stream, because we're gonna spread them throughout the stream. And we have more straight to funded accounts, more growth accounts. It's gonna be sick, and of course, marble races.
I was just gonna ask Nick, are we gonna have marble races?
Of course.
But you know, in the short time I've known Nick, you know, he's very. You guys get the impression. He's a nice guy, very disciplined, and yet, like when it comes to marble races, he's a fucking junkie, man. He really is. Like fucking marbles. Like he'll come in our chat. Are we doing marble races today? We got how many are we doing? When are we doing it? Can we do it now? Can we do it?
Run the marbles.
He's like that Dave Chappelle. Like, got any more of those marbles?
Yeah. That's one of the best memes of all time.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Right into that 77 area here. Lots of sellers sitting at 80 though on book maps. So let's see if we can get the juice to push us up. I mean, this is a pretty strong candle on the 15-minute. If we go down to a 5-minute here, lots of volume coming in as well. So at this point, bulls better not fuck this up. I mean, if they can't get through this area, I don't know what to say. There's
some liquidity mass accumulating up there near the 23,100 level. We saw that yesterday too. That's turning out to be a pretty key area.
Yep.
All right, we are exactly 39 seconds away from the market open. So Matt, is your movie voice ready?
It's ready.
Nice. I love it.
That was really good.
I love it. They all start the same too. Like, in a world where the markets are crazy.
15 seconds.
Are you ready for another day of trading? All right, guys, let's get after it today. Another green day. 3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, motherfuckers.
Ooh.
Woo!
All right, still getting a rejection of this 77 here. 80 needs to clear here. They're getting some. Okay, those orders just got filled at 80. Next level up is going to be that 100 area. There it is. Nice push. Lots of buying coming in here on both futures. Wow. Joker, EA Sports, man. EA Sports can go do something to themselves, man. Quit putting the same damn game out every year. I'm sorry if I think it out loud again. Jeez. Tell us how you really are. I mean, Boundless said it before. You really are the anger from Inside Out. I'm really not. I just play that role on TV.
All right, we are struggling to move up. It's not the same open as yesterday. Yesterday we literally had like 13 or 14 1-minute candles that were all green, no red candle.
Yeah, right now is still it's rejecting this 90-minute supply zone here. You guys can see where I got this from yesterday. A really nice reversal candle, this basing candle that we had from 86 all the way up to that 112 area. So this is going to be the key area we need to clear. Right now we are rejecting really nicely, wow, that is a nice rejection here. I would say line in the sand for now is going to be 56, pretty much where I originally entered my position.
We do have a divergence here in the Nasdaq and ES because NQ did take out the session high while ES did not.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I look at it from, we're both still above the EMAs and VWAP. So, but ES did also reject this 1 hour zone as well. So not looking too great for bulls. This move is kind of being taken out here. Oof, getting some.
I mean, Matt said we might move down to 23K and then higher. So
I think a move to 23K and a strong bounce off that level, I would say, listen, there's no guarantees, there's no certainties in any moment to moment of the markets, but like that would be as strong of an indicator as there could be, not only for a push to temporary new all-time highs, but to be one of those week or 2 week sessions where we're consistently hitting new all-time highs.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you can go reconfirm an area of support or resistance, and the same, so we go down to 23K and the buyers step in again, that extra level of confirmation is just that's extremely bullish on that particular price action and level.
Wow, what a rejection of that area. I cannot these are clean hero moves to me. When I look at something like this, of course I didn't take it, but yeah, this is nice. This is really nice. Now we're flirting with VWAP. Let's see if we can hold this 33 area on the 15-minute and the 5-minute and the 15-minute. But yes, still looking a little bit stronger. Not back at that 300 level just yet. Nasdaq is kind of flirting with potentially hitting these lows now again. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, next level on Nasdaq is the 4 hour candle open, sitting at 23.023, and then obviously the 23K level. So let's see. Peter told me he's gonna ask every single day now if we can collab with iShowSpeed, and we see in the chat here today is day 2 asking for stream collab with iShowSpeed. But I bet, Matt, you don't know who iShowSpeed is. Do you?
I know
who. Is that a Swedish
that
thing?
is.
I don't know who that is either.
What?
Pretty popular YouTuber.
Miriam.
I don't know. I guess I don't get out very much.
Somebody else famous for no fucking reason.
You don't have to go out. You can just open up your YouTube.
Matt is real bitter today.
I'm
He's a fucking loser.
Yeah. Probably the only person in that area that hasn't dated a Kardashian by now. So.
Dang.
Hey, background Nick just confirmed it. iShowSpeed next guest. Nice.
Yeah. All right.
We would jump to 100,000 subscribers within like one stream.
Man. Ooh,
I would say why is Mr. Beast unavailable?
Dang.
Yeah, I went into the wrong line of work. I should have just 10 years ago started defrauding people and have a creepy smile, and then I could have 43 gazillion views on YouTube.
Who is who is this? Who is this iShowSpeed person?
Just look it up. Go on Google.
I want to, but then I'll miss a move, and I don't want to do that. So
fair enough.
I
Do it after. It's homework, Marion. It's homework.
Gabby. Matt, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Still holding VWAP here on NASDAQ, but ES, I'm going to wait for ES. ES is kind of flirting with this trend line too, so. I'm not really liking that we open below VWAP here. Though.
I'm definitely sitting out the first 15 minutes today because this is ill.
Brother, ugh.
Brother,
So we have like a couple of layers of liquidity at 23,000 and a couple of layers of liquidity at 23,100, and that's about it. There's not, I mean, there's a few above and below, but those are, it's just, and we're sitting kind of, well, not right in the middle, but.
Joker asked if we can have David Goggins as a mental discipline coach, but he always, he can't remember the name, and he always says David Googlins.
David Googlins. Googlins. Yeah, that works.
Well, that would be great. Discipline coach, David Goggins.
David Googlins. Yeah, ES is lagging. Like, I mean, in terms of this is what I don't like. This is just so annoying when you watch this because ES is just the bullish one right now, really holding these levels. NASDAQ, yes, it's holding VWAP, kind of flirting with it, but look at this candle compared to ES. I mean, it's just, it basically took out like the last, what is that, 40 minutes, hour almost. So yeah, ES is struggling. ES is struggling. But that's also what I don't like to see when I'm looking at like potentially shorting the NASDAQ. I don't want ES holding. So this is where you need extra confluence, extra confirmation, or just sit it out and wait for the move to happen.
No, we're really got to stay patient here. Like, don't let your trigger finger go, guys.
Yeah, this is a day that's going to punish sloppy entries. I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. I mean, if you see, it's no different than any other day. See a setup, take a setup. But I would probably reduce position sizes and keep a tight leash on things, because I think if you're sloppy on your entries, you could be down 5 handles within a couple of seconds, and then you're playing defense on a trade right away, and that's never fun.
Yeah, that sucks, brother. Yeah, I think if we get down to this 300 level on ES, NASDAQ will be pretty close to that 23,000. I mean, we're really only 30 points away from it. So, but again, I would feel a lot better entering a short if ES was below 300. The only thing is we have those buyers on ES sitting at 97, like thick wall, basically from 62.97 to 62.95. So those orders would need to get cleared. Otherwise, we really just continue to bounce here, make this reversal back, because ES or NASDAQ still hasn't broken VWAP technically. No,
it's consolidating right around VWAP, below the daily open, and that 4-hour candle open that I mentioned before. That's going to be an important level. We're just consolidating right there. So.
Yep.
It would be nice. I'm not gonna lie. It would be nice if it consolidates there, and then once we have established a 50-minute opening range, if that was still the low, to then take a break to the downside. I would like that.
Yeah, Mimi. What is ES doing? You and me both. Like looking for this 300 to break. I mean, it's been holding. It's been a key level.
Don't half-ass the impression, Miriam. Lean into it.
I know, I kind of did. I didn't have my matcha this morning, so.
Okay.
Wait, what? You didn't have your matcha?
Not yet.
Well, how would you expect a profitable trade if you didn't have your matcha?
Well, clearly not very profitable this morning.
Yeah, that's why. Matcha makes you green. This
is true. It makes a lot of other things green.
All right, on today's episode of Too Much Information. Thank you for that.
We barely made it an hour into the stream, and everything is just falling apart.
When like you forget where you are, you just like speak your mind. That's a lot of times on this channel.
Hey, but you know what else is green? Tesla is up 4% right now on the day.
Is it really?
Yeah.
No, I agree with you, Barry, though, because I remember there's times I've done like talks at Traders Expos, and when there's like 500 people literally sitting in front of you, you don't forget where you are, right? And you're very careful the words you use. Half the time we're doing the show with like the three of us, which is great. I mean, I enjoy that, and people have commented on on how well we interact with that kind of stuff. But yeah, every now and then something else comes out. I think that was my first Dr. Phil. I did it without realizing like I was doing it. So.
You're like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
I am liking
that one. I just, like I said in my head, did you just fucking do that?
I am liking this.
I was waiting
consolidation.
for direct messages from Brett telling me I was fired at that
Yeah,
point.
like, all right, we gotta let you go.
I am
Right.
liking this consolidation zone right here. I would like to stay in that until we have established a 50-minute opening range. That would be so nice.
Ooh, we're only like 4 minutes away from that. So.
Mhm. And then I could see a potential short down to the like 29.90s. Well, 22.990. Sorry, 29. Duh.
You were in a I think it was a short or a long yesterday from 23,900.
Me? I was, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. 23.900.
You're 2 weeks ahead of us.
True. I told you.
Nice
2
little H pattern forming here on the 1 minute as well. I have my 9 EMAs set on the 1 minute, and it looks like we keep rejecting that area on the NASDAQ. Still ES above VWAP though, which is what I don't like. At this point though, it's kind of difficult to try to initiate a short in this area only because ES is above 300, but also we're not too far from this 23,000 zone, which, you know, yeah, I would give you a pretty decent 30 to 20 point move to the downside. For me, I want something a little bit more. So I'd be looking more for like a 40 point, 50 point play potentially. So since we are too close to this 23,000, I kind of want to wait for a better entry, but it's not really seeming like
a lot of liquidity layered in there between 25 and 23. Excuse me, 23,025 and 23,000 as well.
right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tesla's flying. It's like one green big ass candle.
Yeah.
Let's see if it pulls NASDAQ up.
It's close to filling this gap as well. Gap ends at around 312. So could be filling the gap. Yeah, I think if Tesla goes up, it'll pull the NASDAQ.
Could be. We have a double
How it
bottom on
opened exactly at 300. No manipulation there, of course.
Right.
We have a double bottom on the 1 minute on NASDAQ so far. So
Ooh, nasty drop on Nvidia. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon didn't have a great Prime Day, apparently. They had a crazy drop yesterday. Look at this. This is nuts. I think this is where the news broke out. It's popped like at least, 2 points there. But yeah, Amazon didn't get such great
Yeah,
Prime.
to be fair, Amazon, Prime Day is, I've always thought it's a little overrated. I thought I've always taken the approach, like if there's things I need or want on Amazon, you just put them in your cart and wait for the price to drop. And like Amazon wants to act like we don't all have like price like tools in our browser, like Honey or some of these other ones. Because if you go back and look at a lot of things, they put them up in price by 20 to 25% the week before Prime Day. And then when they do a 25% discount, the price is just what it was 2 weeks ago. So
Yeah.
I think people are starting to figure that stuff out. And
all right, we are in the last minute of the 50-minute opening range. We're still holding the consolidation. I like it. I must say, I do like it. I would love to take that break here to the downside.
yeah, the only thing on Prime Days I've bought a lot of over the years are like pet toys and like chew toys and stuff like that. And even this year, there's not a lot of them. My dog's looking at me like, "What'd you get me this year, bro?"
That's funny. Yeah, they're just looking at you like, excuse me. Are you okay, Matt? Still rejecting this 9 here on the 1 minute on NASDAQ. Let's see. Got about 3 seconds left on this opening range.
Yeah, I am watching closely. I would like to see a short here.
I don't like where ES is. This is not what I want to see. No. I'm going to wait for ES to break 300. That's going to be my setup for today. If NASDAQ just clears through here and ES isn't, getting some selling coming in. Some selling coming in here.
I hope it's not a bottom tick, but it does exactly what I expected it to do. The question is, are we going to get follow through? Oh wait, I'm on the wrong screen, sorry. There you go. I would
Yeah.
need to see follow through here because otherwise this is invalidated.
Those orders did get clear that we're sitting at 23,025 on NASDAQ. But now we just have those orders at 23,000 essentially.
If we move down to 23,000, I will move my stop into profit. Bodhi trades, yeah, it could be, but it could also be that I get my move.
There it is.
I will move break even very quickly on this.
Might look to take a long after you exit your short. Depending.
You're not fading, you're waiting. That's nice.
Hey, that's yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not getting that follow through that I would have liked. So
we hit right to that 23,013 area from yesterday as well, or the pre-market as well. So
I'm gonna move my stop down to the 34s because I'm not looking to take a friggin' 22-point stop.
I would like a deeper move. Not just for you, but I would want to enter at more 23,000 for a long, but almost looks like they kind of want to hold it here. It's just ES, to be fair. It's really just ES.
Well, and again, if Tesla's running and Nvidia's popping back up a little bit, those are always going to buoy the NQ.
Yeah. I do have a 13.5 point stop now, so I'm happy with this. Really need to see the follow through to the downside because otherwise this is gonna fly.
Fly, fly, Miss American Pie.
To the moon.
Wow, that was a throwback for Miriam.
See, I'm not that young.
And who sings that?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well.
These damn kids.
Don McLean.
Yeah, way to Google it really quickly there.
I'm moving my stop to 30.
Dixie Chicks. 6.
I'm
There
moving
it
my
is.
stop to break even.
Here's the move. See what we do at 23,000 here.
And then I will move my stop into profit right here. Might get stopped out. But just trailed it with that 1 minute candle. So I have my stop 17 points in profit. Moving it to 23,000.
Wow.
And TP hit. There we go. Nice.
Move.
Nice trade. There you go.
Nice. Very nice. That was a 30-point trade.
Nice. Wow. What a move.
All right, so this is kind of where the Bulls need to make their stand.
I love our chat. This is so hilarious. Let's celebrate the trade with a giveaway. Oh, maybe. we for sure will have some sick giveaways, guys. Don't you worry about that. But you have to make sure that you like the stream, okay? I mean, the next giveaway is also time bound, but it also, we're currently sitting at 500 viewers. So let's get to 400. No, we're sitting at 450. Let's get to 550 likes, okay? I know there are not 550 viewers right here, but that's okay because there are likes from people that already left. Their problem.
Nice move here at 23,000. Still, it's holding.
By the way,
Yes,
guys,
still holding.
if it is your first day watching Tradeify TV, make sure you let us know in the chat. Just say hello or first day or something like that. Always like to welcome new viewers.
Yeah, good point, Joker. How did you just bottom tick exit that trade? Since we always talk about the wick stops, let's also appreciate the bottom tick TP fills. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, 100%. I celebrate that too. But it was a logical exit. So if I go to my trading view here, I mean, I told you I'm looking to take that trade. I literally said it while we were consolidating here. It was at 938. Where I said I would love to hold this 50-minute opening range. I would love to consolidate before we break the low of that. And then once we do break it, I am going to take the trade, right? And I'm going to ride it down to the 990s. So I did set my stop, my target at, where was it exactly? I think 91-ish. Yeah, 991, just above that 990 level. So it was a logical exit, but it was a bottom tick. So of course, I'm grateful for that. For now, it seems like we're driving further down, flushing this.
Yep. Let's see if ES can break the 3.
Yeah, ES is now at that same kind of level where it struggled before, 6,300s. So if we can break that, there's definitely a move to the 95s. Wow. And then even down to the 90s. Oh, Nasdaq is going.
It is going.
Nasdaq is going.
Yes, cleared those orders at 90. Well, no, not yet. It tried to. It went to those 97 orders, but only got to 98.50. So didn't clear most of them. Still some orders sitting at 90. Yeah, 90. I would say 96. 96. Yeah.
Boundless, what's your stop? Because I know that you did take a long at the 990s. Are you still in that, or are you already out? I hope you did take profit when you were up 20 points. That would have been nice. Then we literally would have exchanged the orders. Well, Leah, good question. How can I get myself to just trade New York? It's so hard when I'm now home and can trade Asia, London. Well, the question is, what is your edge? You know, is your edge playing out during Asia and London? Is your edge only playing out during New York? Well, that is the real question, and I don't know if you have back tested it or not. But at the end of the day, you have to make sure that you do have the data on that, and then it's a logical decision. Because if your edge is not playing out during the Asia London session, well, guess what? Don't trade it, right? You know, then for a fact, hey, my strategy is not working during that session, so I'm just gonna not trade it. But if it is working out during that session, well, and you probably don't have enough mental capital to do Asia London and New York, well, then just make the decision that, hey, I'm gonna trade the London session tomorrow, or I'm gonna trade the New York session tomorrow, because I personally think you cannot have the mental capital to trade the full Asia and London session and the full New York session. It's my opinion. If you're hyper focused, maybe you can. I don't know. But yeah, test that edge, get the data, see if it is working out during Asia London and New York, and then if it is working out during both, make sure that you actually make a decision which session you're going to trade for the day.
Let's see if ES can actually break this 300 area, because NASDAQ now has a trend line sitting at this 960 zone, but we do have a buyer level sitting at 939 all the way down through 925, and 925 is going to be previous day low. Sick trade, Nick. That was a really, really solid trade.
Well timed. This is what I was talking about, though, with making sure you have solid entries. That was a very solid entry. That's why that trade ended up being as profitable as it was. So good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, ES is really struggling at this 300. I mean, bears are struggling clearing that area. Did Tesla get a move down? Oh, whoa.
Nvidia closed the gap, and it's rolling pretty hard right now.
Ooh,
yeah,
wow.
NQ keeps dropping. Wow.
That is crazy.
It keeps dropping.
Yeah, Tesla's literally close to the 50% of the retracement.
Yeah, NQ is literally doing the opposite from yesterday. Just the rip to the not the rip, the fall to the downside, and then maybe the reversal. Who knows? ES is way stronger than NQ today.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with ES.
Which has been the topic for the last couple trading sessions.
Just want to see if we're going to clear this trend line here on NASDAQ. All right, so I did take a short on the NASDAQ at that 966 area. Let's see if I can log in here to show you guys. All right, so I'm gonna actually take some off here. I'm trying to switch my chart so you guys can see. I want to target this demand zone at 39, but I'm gonna take a few off here. There we go. All right. Moving my stop to a little bit break even here.
Wait, where was the entry?
My entry was at 66.25.
Nice.
Why is that? All right. Oh, right to that demand zone at 38. I did not take my profit off on there. Getting some buying coming in as well.
Juan Pablo, usually stop loss anywhere between 15 and 20 points, actually 10 to 20 points, and for the stop loss, and I take about 20 to 30 points for the TP, depending on the setup. This trade that I took before at first had like a 21 point stop and a 30 point target, and then I moved my stop pretty quickly to like 13 or 14 points. All right, there's our new 4-hour candle open. Are you still in, Mary?
Just took one of my stops, but there's my entry here. Let me just show you. I'm still in 2 minis. So I took 2 off. Actually, let me just show you. I don't know why it's not showing my executions there.
Arjun, what's special today for 15K subs? Dude, the giveaways. We already gave away 3 25K straight to funded accounts, and we're going to have more. Not just 25K ones, but also bigger ones. You can guess what it is in the chat. But we are going to have more giveaways, so make sure to stick around.
going to take one order off here. All right. I'm only in one mini here. I'm going to move my stop to 47. There it is. Getting that clear of ES. Nice clear.
NVIDIA's gone green to red.
Oof. Yikes. I'm actually going to move my stop to 43. Might stop me out here, but we hit right to the bottom of that demand zone. Really clean.
That's the previous month's high right there on NASDAQ, 22,935. We seem to blast that as well. Wow. Yep. It's just straight falling.
Really, really clean here. Moving my stop to 31.
Yeah, also shout out to Wiz here, our affiliate director. He predicted the Tesla dump. He said it's going to be a Tesla fake out. He said that before it happened. Shout out to you, Wiz.
All right, I just got stopped out on that trade. All right, back up on the day.
Nice.
Finally.
Matt, anything specific you're looking at right now?
No, I'm just watching the move down. Got a couple small scalps on my personal account, but we don't have to put those up. So,
what's a small scalp for you in terms of
8-9 points in the NQ on the fall there?
Okay.
There's no way for anyone to participate in those, so I don't even talk about them.
Let's see if we can still reject this 950 area on NASDAQ. This is where I would be looking for us to reject here. ES would be right where VWAP is, kind of where it's sitting right now. 301 would be where I would be looking for ES to reject. But the reason I don't necessarily want to take this, only because we are still holding this trend line here at 917. Does still look bearish. I mean, if you're still in this trade, it still looks good, but I would be looking for us to potentially hold this trend line. If we break this trend line, yes, we do have room to 900, and then, potentially filling the rest of this demand zone. In terms of yesterday's low, I mean, we really just did like wick below it. 920 was previous day low, so that's what I would be looking for us to hold here. This is still the range that we're talking about, guys. Like, if we can't find acceptance between these levels that we talked about, like right now it would be finding acceptance below 915, ideally like 900, and then continuing lower, then I would say we potentially get a bounce here, and still hold this range. So lots of buyers still sitting here at 62.96 on ES, and then on NASDAQ. On NASDAQ, we have 22,900 buyers sitting there.
We're close enough to 22,900. I think we go test that.
Yeah, Michael, I'm fully with you. It would be actually hilarious if we just V-shape reverse this like yesterday, just in the opposite direction.
Wouldn't be the first time. That's
Nope.
Wouldn't be the first time this week.
Nope.
Let's see if we hold this trend line here. ES also starting to look weak here. Oh shit, did not mean to put that order on. No.
But you just entered another trade.
I know, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god, exit.
Guys, we're sitting at 520 likes. Let's get this to 550, and we're gonna run a sick giveaway. Very sick one. Okay.
Very sick.
Very sick.
Yeah, I think we actually hold this trend line here. Potentially. Maybe not. Actually, now we're getting the selling pressure coming in. Nice. 22,900 on deck.
Everybody's so focused on the charts right now. I love it.
Yeah, well, I mean, this kind of came out of nowhere. What do we talk about? That these opening moves have been a staple of the markets for the better part of 3 months now. Not every day, of course,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, holding 22,900 for now. Nice pop up above that 20-point pop.
I think the lowest we can go is monthly open. I mean, not the lowest we can go, but realistically where it will go. But let's see. And yeah, swing. Imagine if I would have held my short from earlier, that would have been juicy. my short entry was at 23,021.
Oh,
That was nice.
okay.
But hey, I took
Yeah,
30.
you made money.
I took 30 points on that, so I'm very happy with it. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you got to be happy with what you get. I mean, that's kind of what I like what Amaz said yesterday. He was like, hey man, I made money and I'm good. I'm happy. Even though, you know, the trade could have gone like, uh-oh, I think we lost Nick.
oh yeah, he left again. He meant to press the buy button and instead press the disconnect button.
There he is.
He's back.
Nicholas.
What are those? I don't know why that keeps happening. It's literally just the streaming window that crashes. Everything else is up and running.
I did take that long at 9:12.
Nice. Hold on.
I'm going to put my stop at break even.
I was just about to say, because we have such an amazing producer, shout out producer Drew. He fixes that within seconds right when I come back in. So
At this point, he's just waiting for it.
he's ready. Check your event viewer, Wiz. I have no idea what that is. Help me, please. Shoot me a Slack message, please, if you know how to fix it. That would be epic. I got fired again? What?
Yeah. What is that, 7
man.
times now?
That's 7 times, yeah. Well. Guess who's back? Rehired.
You're funny.
As long as my XP in the chat don't get deleted, I can still rank up to number 1. I'm fine. Oh, actually, Joker is in the lead for today.
I don't know why my chart is acting up.
We got the 550 likes. Let me refresh. I trust you, Swing, but I want to see it myself. Nice. Okay, cool. Let me set up a keyword with Drew here in the background. And then we're going to do a giveaway. This one is going to be very, very nice. Okay. So this one, we're going to do 2 25K straight to funded accounts and then 3 50K growth accounts, all in the same marble race. So the top 5 are each going to get a free account. It's going to be sick. The first 2 are going to get straight to funded accounts, 25Ks. And then the rank 3, 4, and 5 are going to get 50K growths.
Ooh, this trade is cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Messed up on this. All right, so I am in that long from 912.
That was a
Nice push
sweet
up.
entry. What
Yeah,
made you go
so
long there?
honestly, seeing the hold at 900. Seeing
Fair
the
enough.
hold at 900 because my stop would have been 900, so I would have taken a 12-point stop. I'm gonna take some off here. I'm about 3,600 on this trade.
I got long at 901 on an eval I'm working on.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
shit.
It's not live money, so I don't put that out there. But it's I'm trying to run it up to. I think my buy stop is 980.
Nice. RamFX, how do you collect XP here to become the #1 fan in the chat? Well, you just be active. The more you type, the more XP you get. But I don't know exactly how it works, to be honest. All right, we are ready for that first marble race of the day. Massive giveaway, thanks to you guys, because we hit 15K subscribers. All right, as I just said, we are gonna do, let me repeat myself. We are gonna do 25K straight to funded accounts twice, okay? So the rank 1 and rank 2 are each gonna get a 25K straight to funded account. And then rank 3, 4, and 5 are each gonna get a 50K growth account, okay? So the first 5 each receive a free account. Now, as usual, the rules are you have to like the stream, you have to be subscribed to the channel, and once I do drop the keyword in here, we only want you to type it once. We have a bot set up that actually disqualifies you if you type it more than once, okay? The keyword is, according to the price action, NQ dump in one word. NQ dump is the keyword. Good luck, everybody. Let's see.
So I did stop out of that trade, guys, for a profit of 24.21. So, all right, it's been a solid day. Up about 4,600 on the day. We'll see if we get any more trades. Honestly, that one bottom ticked me, so I could have probably stuck my stop a little bit lower than that, but I didn't want to get too greedy on it. So
Nice, great work. You took that with 5 minutes?
yeah.
You are a monster.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't know what to say. We are holding. This is actually, oh, man, that sucks. We are holding the 9 EMA here. 950 needs to break here. This is the area that I was kind of mentioning to you guys. We could find rejection on, but we do have some buyers sitting at 935, and then we have room up to 960. So probably could have kept a mini on there, but it's all good.
I'm excited for that marble race. Well,
What a shock.
Who would have guessed? But I mean, what I do mean is we're gonna have some sick giveaways for that. So, and after that, we're gonna have another one where we have an even better giveaway. Okay, so stay tuned, everybody.
Everybody groove to the music.
Oh my
It's
god.
Backstreet. I'm gonna go see the Backstreet Boys in like 1 week, so I'm super excited.
Okay.
How very retro of you.
It's very LA.
I lie.
My fiance has seen Backstreet Boys and New Kids several times live, so
Ooh, New Kids would be fun.
Wait.
and are they still technically
Oh,
the New
wait a
Kids? They've
second,
been around
Matt.
a while.
Matt, wait a second.
Yeah.
How the fuck did we just get to 1,000 viewers? What happened?
Whoa.
We're amazing. That's what happened.
Well,
Hey.
welcome everybody.
The
I guess.
secret is out.
Welcome everybody. They're here for the massive giveaway, I guess.
We got the
Guys,
15K.
make sure you do need to subscribe to be in the chat. But if it is your first time watching Tradeify TV, subscribe and let us know. Say, hey, first time. Appreciate you guys.
Yep.
We love you guys for sure. Ooh, nice
All right.
push above 50 here.
He is pushing, yeah. Drew, whenever you're ready, feel free to pull up the marbles race. And then we're going to race for 2 25K straight to funded accounts and 3 50K growth accounts.
Let's go.
What's up, Pop and Drop? First time here. Welcome. And 6, no, it's not the first time we have hit 1K viewers. We had, I think when Tanya Trades was on, we had like 1,500 consecutive.
We had that our first couple shows too.
Yeah, true. True. All right, Drew, whenever you're ready, drop the marbles. Let's go. Oh, I see Nasdaqian back at the top there. But I also see a lot of people already getting eliminated.
Tough.
Love it. Gotta love it. That's a great race, though. It's like a water park. Oh, there they go. Goodbye, guys.
Tough.
Nasdaq
Goodbye.
is still at the top.
You are the weakest link.
You are the weakest link. Please leave the track. Thanks.
You don't remember that show?
Which one?
You are the weakest link. Goodbye. It was like
I
from the
remember
90s.
that, yeah.
Well, again, I was born in '95, so
A
probably have-
baby.
I probably have not seen it, you know?
I mean, you're not that much younger.
All right. We got our winners here. Let me read those down, and also, guys, make sure when you hear your name and you see it on the screen, you type something in the chat. So, first 25K straight to funded account winner is Jijnu Jayakumar 120. Drew, can you pull up the full ranking?
Oh shit.
All right, Jijnu, you just won a 25K straight to funded account. Type something in the chat. Mr. T, you won a 25K straight to funded account. Type it in the chat. Then, Believer, you won a 50K growth account. The Real Tony Smith, you won a 50K growth account. And the Real Lim Magic, I guess. Yeah, the Real Lim Magic. You also won. Oh no, the Real YM Magic. There we go. You also won a 50K growth account. Sorry guys, I got it now. I got it now.
Nick, get it together.
Type it in. And then also add your email addresses to your YouTube channel description. So Background Nick can actually see that and send you your free accounts. Congratulations. We are going to have more giveaways later today, so stick around. Not just for that, obviously also for the trading. Miriam is crushing it. Her P&L is not even updated yet. I think she's up like, what? What are you up like? 4.6K?
$1 million.
1 million.
Over 9,000. Nice. So congrats everybody winning these free accounts.
Good job, guys.
I just posted on Twitter, guys, some of the stuff that I was doing. I don't alert non-real trades in here, so they're non-live trades. When you see us making trades in here, they're either live in our personal accounts or in our Tradeify accounts. No sense. I know it's very common in the Twitter sphere, but there's not a whole lot of reason to brag about sim profits. So,
Nope.
got to hit them to pass some evals, though.
Very true. Yeah, are you out of that trade yet, Matt? Or no?
I'm out of everything. Yeah.
Wait, so you bottom ticked it at 901, that long entry.
No, sorry, it was 902.50. I was reading
okay, yeah, you
I
suck at
basically
trading,
bottom
man.
ticked it and wrote it up. It was just 5 micros, but I
Yeah,
wrote
dude,
it up to, I
you
think,
suck at
40
trading.
something.
If you didn't bottom take that at 901, you just had 902.
Dang.
That's a sloppy entry, man.
Yeah, isn't it though?
No, you had a fantastic entry, Matt. What was your exit on that?
40 something. I don't know. I locked it out and closed it. So it's
Smart.
Oof, what a move.
Very nice.
Nice rejection of the 9 EMA here.
I want to be like you when I grow up, Nick. So I'm actually loading up a few funded accounts so I can test out some new things and add a few income streams. Next thing I know, I got to be somebody's landlord and jump off planes. So
Yeah.
Hey, that's reserved for number one top fans here.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, where are we on that? Currently, Boundless rank 1, Bodhi Trades number 2, and I'm number 3. I gotta catch up here.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Work in the chat. Let me get to number 1. Boundless. I'm coming for you.
You guys are so funny with that.
Well, this has definitely been a day, an unexpected day in terms of not only the movement, but the volume behind it and sort of the violence of that move down.
Yeah.
And that was an old school move too. Like that was not one of these like tweet drop 200 points in 30 seconds move. This was a move down, consolidation, further move down, consolidation, further. I mean, this is the type of moves. Back in my day, we used to see these moves all the time. Maybe not 100 plus points, but
Let's see. Yeah, I like this rejection that we got of the 970 area.
That was off the 5 EMA on the 9 EMA on the 5 minute.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Yes, also held the 9 EMA. Still not really in sync on both futures, but
Matt, Leah just took a shot at you. She said, back in 1931.
I'm pretty sure Leia's older than I am, so I want to. I'm too smart to ask a woman her age, but I'm curious now.
Is she brave enough to reveal it?
She was a metal rocker, I think, when
Oh,
I
yeah.
was still in high school. So
those were amazing pictures and videos that she sent. Those were awesome on Twitter.
Also, Excited Chocolate Strawberry, what a name. Aren't your trades on real accounts? Yes, they are. Everything that you see in terms of like the P&L updated on top of the stream is made in real, actual live money accounts. But sometimes, for example, right now, Matt is trading an eval in the back. That's why we don't update the P&L because we don't want to show you guys sim profits. We only want to show you guys real live money profits.
yeah, just from also the perspective of guys getting in and out of trades, like to be honest, there's some platforms out there that when they're in sim mode, whether just you're playing around with them or you're in an eval, that just get their horrible fills. I mean, horrible fills in times of great liquidity. So for us to keep things as honest and realistic as possible. And listen, I'm not taking shots at any other. I don't know what they do at other places, but I have no problem with people trading evals on stream, guys. They just need to be upfront about it because that isn't always the case in this business. But if I'll be honest with you guys, and we keep it, we keep it 100 here, as the kids say. But I maybe take a few risks and some quick scalps here or there when I'm just trying to get an eval into a funded stage as opposed to real live money or working towards payouts. But I'll be honest, guys, I haven't worked out of like my personal account for a long time until we started this show, and we have the Tradeify account, and then I'm trying to get a couple things to payout stage. I will share all that on Twitter, guys, when it's applicable, but that's not the we trade live here. That is our rule. So yeah, Miriam, Mississippi. I will say this, Miriam. The thing that has impressed me the most in the last month or so is you've done this a lot better than either one of us in terms of adapting to the market conditions. I mean, I know you have your setups, you do what you do, but like this is the market conditions last month are, in all honesty, you can't wait for a whole lot of extra confirmation. You got to get in, you got to do your thing, and that's it. We talk about it on this show, guys. That is one of my weaknesses. It was a strength up until about 2 or 3 years ago. And now it's one of my weaknesses as a trader. I don't adapt as quickly as I need to, because again, the market cycles are just increasing and everything moves so much faster now. And that's something I need to adjust to. I'm again, you do something some way for 7, 8, 9 years, it's difficult to adjust, and that's one of the issues that that I'm working through right now. Because again, oh, I'm sorry, I'm a YouTuber. I'm supposed to say I got this all figured out and I made $1 million today, right? And without showing any proof. Is that how this works?
I think so. Yeah,
Okay,
I think so. So you kind of fucked up there, but
Yeah, you fucked up.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, guys, we don't take your views for granted, and we owe you a level of authenticity in our performances that, quite frankly, I just don't think exists in other places. Not that other places aren't doing, you know what I'm saying. Don't go say, oh, Matt said this company's, that's not what I said. But there's a lot of, not shocking to you guys, that a lot of things that you see out there are not what they seem. Boy, we are pushing right back down this 900. If this gives up, this could be an ugly day. We could get that 1% down day if we break through the 900 level. The Bulls are, I'm sure you see on Bookmap, the Bulls are trying to make their stand there. They're already layering up.
22,900, yeah, is going to be that key area. I've been, I'm not going to lie, I did take a few other trades here. I did take that 9 EMA retest, but yeah, it's a lot of these trades too, like to your point, Nick, or to your point, Matt, a lot of these trades are really quick for me. You know, I like to get in and out, especially in this market. Like, I don't like to overstay my welcome. A lot of times when we do get the move, like, I'll obviously write it down or write it up, whatever the case may be. But you know, for me, a lot of these trades, like, it's so quick for me that sometimes it's hard to just like announce it and make sure like you guys are aware of it. But just full transparency, I did take another trade on that 950. On the 1 minute, it was a reject of the 950 area. You can't see it on the 5 minute here, but if I go to the 1 minute, you guys can see we got a nice rejection of this area right here. So I did actually, my entry was at 946. So I entered right around this area right here. Where is it? Yeah, this candle right here. So I did take that candle. My stop was going to be right about like 955. So I got in at 946, and then I just took my profit off at 915.50.
Nice. Also, shout out here to Bodhi Trades. Bodhi Trades actually shorted from 960 to the 919s. He or she took that very nice 9 EMA rejection on the 5 minute. Great work. Shout out to you. Miriam, Tashi is asking, are you trading on your personal or Tradeify Live?
Well, both. So I was trading on my Tradeify Live to begin with, and then I switched to my personal.
You're like all over the place. This account. It's crazy how you handle that. Super impressive. Super impressive. I stick to that one account that I trade during the show, and
I clearly like to keep my stuff really complicated. Oh, sorry, Nick. I need to give you my updated because I was so I am up on the day 346, 7,693.
Oh, nice. You're trying to make this another 10K day?
Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe. Hey, speaking of maybe, you know who just joined the back room here? Coach Tank.
Did he really?
I didn't even know that you were coming on, Coach Tank. They can't hear you yet, but okay, we're doing some testing, he says. So yeah, epic. Hey guys, can we get a wait, I just need to confirm. Coach Tank, are you gonna come on or no? Okay. All right, so chat, in 5 minutes, we're gonna have Coach Tank come on. So put a Coach Tank in the chat.
Wait, I had no idea we were getting Coach Tank today.
Yeah.
What a pleasant surprise.
Me neither.
That's awesome. I'm super excited for that.
All right.
I can hear Coach Tank talking in the background, but I don't think you guys can hear him. All good, Tank.
Yeah,
We're super excited to have him on. So
I just saw Matt come back, and I'm pretty sure he's fucking excited that Coach Tank is gonna come on. This is gonna be
I
great.
didn't know. I'm happy about this. I'm really happy.
I'm so excited. I had to like just run around the house a couple of times just to get some of the energy out. So let's go. Let's bring him on.
Okay, well, I clearly
not
messed
yet.
up and didn't realize it was Thursday, but we do have Coach Tank every Tuesday and Thursday, guys. So I forgot it was Thursday.
Yeah.
All
There he
right,
is.
Coach
Nice.
Tank,
What's up, Coach Tank?
what's up?
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Wait.
morning.
Hold on. All right, we're ready to go now.
Yes. And that's Under Armour as well, isn't it? That looks like a ladies' medium. Beautiful top. Beautiful. Morning, everybody. Hope you're well. Hi. Yes,
We
indeed.
are great. We are great now.
We're gonna be sampling twice a week. See how it works.
Nice.
Yeah, but today's going to be a relatively short one. I did an hour and a half on Tuesday. I believe today is going to be bang on 45 minutes. So,
All right.
yeah, I guess.
Let's not waste any time and get right into it.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Hope you're well, everybody. Well done again, everybody, on your stream today. Excited that you're going to see Backstreet Boys.
Oh, so excited. I'm so excited. It's gonna take us back, but yeah, me and my sister are going, so it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Have you seen the Backstreet Boys?
No, but I think I was captivated by that scene in Magic Mike where he goes into the grocery store.
I've actually never seen Magic Mike, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's a good film is all I'm gonna say.
Should I ask why you were watching Magic Mike, or just gonna leave it at that?
No, keep your enemies closer. I knew I had to learn what I was competing with, mate. It's been all good. Hi, everybody. Hope you're well. Yeah. I mean, today really, actually, it was going to be more of just a little bit talking about risk parameters rather than a big technical insight. So I think more so if there's any questions people have, a bit more of a Q&A, but also really touching on risk parameters, because this seems to be the biggest issue that a lot of people have when they are moving from their sim accounts to their live accounts. Understanding how to sort of manage their money correctly. It's probably a good question to ask the three of you as well. Just by example, if you were each given a $10,000 account, do you set your own daily risk parameters?
I do. Yes.
Yes, Nick, shoot. So you got a 10K account, 10K live account. What's your worst day?
$1,000 max.
Cool. So he's got a $1,000.
Yeah, mine's a lot worse than that. Mine is more than that. Mine's currently set at like 20, 25, 2,000, about 2,000, 25, 2,500.
Okay, so if we put
And I would agree with Nick as well, about 1,000.
Okay. Yeah, because I think Tradeify, in terms of their live, you are given a potential drawdown. Hi everybody. Well, a potential drawdown per day of $2,000 for 10K. Now, Miriam, you said 2,500. Now, I'm asking this question as if that 10K was the last spare 10K you had. So if you had a trading account, so we're not thinking about, if it goes tits up and I lose the 10K, I'll be fine. It's kind of like, if this is your baby that you need to nurture and it's your form of trading, and should you lose that 10,000, you're going to have to save up for 6 months to get another 10K account kind of vibe.
Well, when you put it in that way, I probably wouldn't even risk. In that case, I wouldn't even do 500. I would probably stick it at 500 max loss per day.
So you'd look at it as 500. Yeah, I mean, it's really, really interesting, because I think a lot of people are getting to live and they're getting sort of 10K accounts. And like I said, I've always come from, initially institutionally, your risk was given to you. But even even if we're trading institutionally, just as an example, if I had a potential £500,000 daily risk, the 500k daily risk, and if I lost £500,000, the next day I'm in my manager's office and he's asking me, why the fuck did you lose £500,000? And my answer cannot be, well, I was allowed to. Okay. They don't expect you to hit out your max. It's just there. However, I feel a lot of people are sort of risking, their daily drawdown every single day, the maximum available, and it's quite a lot. Some people have got to $6,000 in a live account and are still risking 2k a day. I spoke to a chap about it, and I said, he has 3 children, and I said to him, if you went out to the supermarket or you went out to a water park, would you risk only coming back with 2 kids? Because essentially, that's what 2k of $6,000 is. Yeah, you're risking a third of your pot. So that's how you got to kind of see it. It's quite difficult to also then claw your way back, when you're in a drawdown to try and. I was going to do a little bit about drawdown analysis today, but I'm going to need a little bit more time for all of that, so I didn't want to sort of half bake it. But the idea is we need to redefine our risk parameters, and somewhere between what, Nick, you went 1,000 for a 10k account, so that's 10%.
Yep.
You went Miriam went $500, so 5%. It's quite, even that's quite a lot, because if we think about it,
wait, didn't she say $2,500?
No, but then she sort of reassessed when I mentioned it was her last.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If this is my last 10k, yeah, you're right. Even 500.
Okay, got it.
Even 500 is a lot.
Even 500 is a lot, indeed.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, I think, really, because a lot of people are sort of, I think I'm certainly grasping the difference between trading sim and trading live. It's still something that I'm trying to get my head around, the mechanisms in which people apply themselves to sim. And a lot of people are hitting maximum drawdown or making big gains. Seems to be nothing really in the middle. However, if you took that same sort of methodology into your live trading, it's not going to work very well, because the moment you start to drop down, winning it back makes it all the more difficult, because you're going to have to drop down. I saw someone say they'll drop into micros. That's really 10% in a single day isn't for real accounts. No, absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not. 10% in a single day is such a big loss. So I think something that we need to kind of realize is we need to determine ourselves what we want to try and gain from a week or a month, and realistically what we should then be risking to try and gain it. And we need to be making adjustments based on when you make more money or when you lose more money, because the percentage should remain the percentage. So let's say we went with Miriam's example of 5%. If she drops down to 8,000, that needs to drop down as well. It should remain 5%. So your daily risk really ought to be relative to your pot. And I don't think people are doing that, because people are sort of starting for 2,000 daily risk, losing 2,000, next day it's still 2,000, the next day it's still 2,000. It's not varying with the pot. So think of it as percentages. Guys, I don't know how many of you are trading on here and are using your Excel spreadsheets. You're probably going to be one of your best friends. Nick, are you the sort of person that uses Excel?
Wait, me?
Yeah.
I mean, I do use Excel, yeah, but I don't track my trades in an Excel spreadsheet. I use the journal.
No, not the trades. I mean, just for a lot of people, they struggle sometimes to work out how much they should be risking.
Okay, yeah, of course, yeah, I use Excel.
It's just like a calculator, basically. Excel is probably one of the best forms of AI for a trader right now, for a starting trader. Yeah, it is technically AI. Okay, guys, just to let you know, technically, an abacus was AI. Okay, technically a calculator was AI. These are forms of AI. A dictionary, a thesaurus, is a form of AI. Yeah, so if we're trying to think of a different word for something, instead of just thinking about it or asking somebody, you can look it up in a book. So there are different varying levels of AI. But I think for a starting trader, one of the best tools you can use is Excel, and learn how to use it. I mean, if you ever went institutionally, some of the first trainings you'll do is understanding how to use Excel and all the mechanisms. And to be honest, there are far more than we even understand. But using it as a calculator and tracking your daily pot, and then as a percentage, realistically what you have to place on a trade for the day, what you have per trade. If you lost that, how much do you then have? Just simplifies so many processes. And guys, the less stuff we can keep in our head, the easier our day is going to be. Okay, I think it's really, really important you understand that try and keep as much of this in your head. It's going to get cluttered. So if you can just delegate your risk and the numbers, and knowing how much you're allowed to put on a trade, or how much you can put on the table, or how much you've lost today, or how much you've made, and therefore potentially how much you have, use an Excel spreadsheet throughout the day, and then you can just start again tomorrow with the same sort of spreadsheet but different numbers. Are you sort of calculating, you three? I mean, Matt, I guess you're calculating at the start of the day how much you're going to risk on a trade, and if you lost it, you'll recalculate how much you're on the next trade. Is that how it works?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, and that can vary based on whether you're winning, or whether you've won a few trades, or whether you've lost a few trades.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes perfect sense. I mean, unfortunately, I think a lot of people, it's kind of like if you had a good job and you were earning well, and you decided to eat out 3 times a week at some expensive restaurants, but then you lost your job, or you got a pay cut, you need to alter your behavior, and you need to alter your outgoings. You need to alter how many times you eat out in the week, or alter at least how much it's going to cost you to eat out in the week, based on your income. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't seem to be doing that with their trading accounts. They're sort of saying, you know what, if I lose, I'll risk the same tomorrow. If I lose, I'll risk the same the day after. And then the hole that you're digging becomes ever so deep, whereby you get down to 2K, and you don't know how to trade it correctly, and you just go for you swing for the fence, basically. So I think the idea is try to understand your risk parameters better. I'm not entirely sure how applicable that is with regards to trading sims. Guys in the chat, are many of you setting your own risk parameters? Question about risk: do you change the lot size according to your setup? Absolutely right. Lot size should be changed. Okay, a really simple way is you should identify your entrance, you should identify your stop loss, you should therefore identify the distance from your entrance to your stop loss, and then you need to alter your lot size so that your risk for that trade is the risk you ideally intended on initially. Okay, this is a sort of methodology we should be going about. Work out from your pot how much you would like to lose. Okay, worst case scenario on this trade, I'd like to lose $500 as an example. I then work out that my entry is here, and let's say my stop loss happens to be 10 points away. Then I know that I would like that to be $50 per point. Alter your lot size so that you're at $50 per point. So if it goes wrong, you lose the 500. That's the most you wanted to lose. Basically, guys, we identify a stop loss based on a technical. We then alter the price per pip to then satisfy our intended risk, which was predetermined at the start of the day. That should be the kind of methodology that we're sort of using to apply risk, rather than sort of closing our eyes and saying, yeah, it's 2K every time, I don't care where, or, it might go up to a bit more, it might go down to a bit less based on my stop loss. It should be relatively consistent. Is that something people understand here, or is everybody just sort of swinging for the fence all the time and going for the big $2,000 risk every trade? How's it working here?
Well, there is actually a good question in the chat. I feel like you should answer really quick. Leah is asking, or saying, like, she lost everything she made these past 4 days, and she's $1,100 from bust. What do you suggest? Like, does 10% a day or per trade make sense at that point?
What's she on? What's it say? 1,000?
1,100 away from blowing the account.
1,100. Okay. Yeah. So I think the idea at trading is that you want to be able to always live to fight another day. That's the idea. Our trading account, you should use it like a sort of radioactive half-life, that it should always be able to survive our pot. It should, we should never be risking everything. So the idea is the percentage can can remain the same. So I'd say something like, as long as you can still place a trade, because again, obviously you need to place a trade, but just reduce your risk so that you still have the ability to maybe place 2 trades. I don't understand exactly what the smallest trade you can, guys, can you help me out on that? What the smallest trade you can place is?
Well, 1 micro.
And that will equate to how many dollars?
Well, $2 a point.
Oh, well, there we go. So we got plenty of room. So the idea is try and every trading account is salvageable, but it's very unlikely you're going to salvage it swinging for the fence. So the idea is if you get down to 1,100 layer, you're definitely not out the game. Okay, all it's going to do is take you a little longer to climb back up. Okay, unfortunately, that's the case when you lose. Your risk then has to get reduced, and therefore your potential returns are going to get reduced. But the idea is with good trading, that little and often habit can still get you back up to where you want to be as long as you're moving forwards. So I would suggest you just completely reduce your risk so that, if you made it a relative percentage of the pot with 1,100, I would suggest that we're looking at $100 max per trade, even $50 per trade. Do you think that can still get you where you need to go? $50 per trade. They're little numbers, but this is the thing really, that a lot of people are, they're not really nurturing their trading accounts as well as they ought to, because I don't think they're really integrating it into their income, into their actual money. I mean, I don't like to monetize the trading accounts, but if I kind of put it as, here in this room, I have two leather sofas, 65-inch TV, some nice things in here. Now, if I actually put them as my trade, I sort of thought, this is this much, that's that much, that's that much. So if I risk this sofa and it goes, I don't get it back. I have to earn it back. If I risk that and it goes, I don't get it back. I have to earn it back. Just imagine, before you know it, this room is almost empty. A lot of people don't integrate their trading accounts into their own wealth. They kind of just still see it as a little bit of play money. And I think the moment you do that, your accountability for your trading account is so reduced that 2K is just 2K, isn't it? I know somebody, I spoke to a student and he turned $2,000 account. He turned a $2,000 account to $77,000. Yeah, and didn't take a single penny.
Oh,
Wow.
Oof.
Ouch.
Didn't take a single.
77,000.
One of our students, one of our traders, one of our one of our Tradeify live traders, at some point took a $2,000 account, took it to $77,000.
Oh my goodness.
Closed off, everything's closed. That's in about 3 weeks. Didn't take a single dollar out of that,
Ouch.
and he needed, he's not super wealthy chap, and he could have done with that money. He had kids, he had rent to pay with that money, he had a lot of things to pay with that money.
Oh.
And the reason he didn't take the money, it's not because it wasn't enough. It was because he didn't think it was real. Okay, and I think we're getting that a lot. That a lot of people are still looking at this like online bingo money, or some sort of gambling online gambling money, or something like that. That it's not real, and I think a lot of people don't see it as real, because the more real you see it, sometimes the more difficult it is to trade it, because there's a lot more emotion attached.
Yeah.
But the flip side is that when you make money, you don't take the money, and then he went from 77 back down to 1.
Oh,
Okay, so
Lord.
that was 76 grand.
What did you tell that guy?
Yeah, what do you say?
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, like I mentioned before, a lot of our live traders, they have a lot of self-reflection. So he kind of held his hand up and he said, yeah, I understand that that was wrong. I understand why I did it, which is really important to understand why. And it was the whole integrating it into real life. And that's the sort of really sort of difficult gray area we have to navigate. Is we don't want to look at everything like rent, like a car, like beer money, like my kids' education. You don't want to tag your trading account with your everyday expenses or your weekly, monthly expenses, but you also should, because that will actually give you some form of accountability for your trading account. So it's a fine line to not monetize every pip or every point you make, but it's also important to try and understand when you make money, it's your money, take that money, but also when you're risking money, it's a sofa. When you're risking money, it's a TV. When you're risking money, it's 3 months subscription of your Sky package or whatever it is, because you then respect the trading account a little more that way. So this is the fine line that you kind of need to find yourselves, because for different people, trading accounts mean different things. Like I said, I mean, just at the start of the conversation, initially, Miriam would risk 2,500 on a 10K, but then when I said it's your last 10K, that changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we're finding is that a lot of people have got a lot of accounts with a lot of firms as well. Mm-hmm. And the moment you sort of have a lot of accounts with a lot of firms, again, I'm going to liken it to kids. Imagine having 32 children by 7 partners. Are you really going to give a shit about any of those kids? Okay, because that was an example. Okay, I know someone that has 32 accounts by 7 prop firms, and he's wondering why he doesn't particularly give a shit about any of the accounts, or he's not trading them with respect. So let's just liken it to having 32 children by 7 partners, and that's the case, really. Okay, because where I've come from, we have one account. All of our money is in one account, and we treat that account like it was our one and only. And therefore you respect it. Anything you do with it, you've thought about it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times before you've done anything that could potentially harm it or risk this sort of thing. So, and then, if you do build it up, you have the right to take from it. It's not forgotten. So I really think a lot of traders struggle to go live because they haven't really integrated, or they haven't really respected any single one fund, because they've got so many funds. And unfortunately, getting a new fund, it seems to be something that is relatively easy for them to do mechanically and also cost wise. So I think something that I'm really trying to get through to our live traders is the accountability of your money, and understanding that you have to treat it with respect, and understanding that it's not just that we can top this back up. That's a sort of opposite mentality that we want, because you're never going to trade it objectively. You're never going to trade it respect if you just feel like it can be easily replaced. And that's kind of the logic when you had if you had 32 kids. Yeah. So yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, you guys obviously have a few accounts as well, or are you all in one account? What's the idea?
Yeah, we each have our own accounts for sure.
I'm trading off a couple of live accounts and working on a couple more.
Got to jump in real quick. The house account took off a single NQ at about 84, but we're pushing for 23K. That's
nice. Here. I also joined you on that long, Nick, on the house account. I got in at 964.75. I took some profit off, but yeah, currently still in this trade. My stop is sitting at 70 at the moment.
We're gonna hit 10K on your account. Let's go.
Let's go
again.
Wow. Yeah, it's looking good, isn't it, at the moment? I mean, I was gonna bring up the website I used the other day with regards to with regards to imports, exports. Did we hear what Trump's potentially going to do to Brazil? Did anybody notice that?
Mhm. Is it 50% tariff?
50% import
Crazy.
tax from Brazil.
Ay.
It's kind of an interesting one because, in my opinion, that makes trading quite easy because all you need to do is now understand exactly what it is that Brazil exports, understand how much of what they export goes to the US. So therefore, what's going to be the net effect on Brazilian exports. And coffee is very tradable. Okay, so these are sorts of ways that you can diversify if you wanted to, because a lot of people are kind of, we spoke, Nick, the other day about having one account and potentially not always seeing the setups that you wanted to see on your one account, on your one asset, NQ, and whether it might make you have a slightly wandering eye, which is natural, and there are alternatives. I mean, if we sort of just then take a look at some of these commodities or other things that you potentially want to trade, are you guys allowed to trade commodities?
Yeah, I think so. I typically don't. You're talking like corn, platinum, all that.
Yeah. So soft commodities such as coffee. Yeah.
Oh, coffee and all that. Yeah, I actually haven't even looked at some of those charts, but
no, because a lot of people have asked me also whether whether it's a part of a strategy to have a slightly longer term in the background, slightly passive, rather than stock investment, commodity investment, and something like a coffee. I mean, when Ukraine kicked off, it was quite a simple rapeseed soybean kind of vibe because they provided the world with so much of those in terms of their grains, and it was a pretty easy investment on the back of the Ukraine war, unfortunately. But obviously their supply is going to drop, and therefore the value of rapeseed goes up. But there's lots of things we can look at and understand. We can see NQ's doing relatively well here. Is there any particular reason for that on the back of that? Is anybody aware? No, it's just a bit of technical.
Sure seems to be so far.
Yeah. Not really sure.
Just trying to work out.
I did get stopped out on my trade. That was about $1,000 trade on that.
Yeah, Brett did too.
Nice.
How's account trade is closed.
Nice. Was that super tight stop loss? Was that?
What's that?
Was it quite a tight trailing stop loss?
The one for me, I actually moved my last. So I took off a majority of the bulk of my position was taken off at like 22,980. I got in at 22,964.75, and then I trailed. I had my stop sitting at 70. I kind of slightly moved it to 68, but then I got stopped out at 68. So kind of break even on that last one, but made about $1,000 on that trade.
No, nice. And that's the thing. So I mean, you made about $1,000. Would that is there a daily target for you, Miriam? Because a lot of traders are creating daily targets now. Is that something that you've got?
No, I don't like doing that actually. I actually don't like doing that. The reason, and I don't know if you have an opinion on this, but I used to be like, okay, I got to make $200 today, or I got to make $500 today. This was when I was first starting. And the thing that really messed me up with that is I would say I had my target at $500. I would make $300 and I would sit there trying to make the extra $200. And then I would find myself over trading. I'd find myself getting into, trades that weren't the best, just to make that $200, just to check off a box saying that, I made $500 today. And then a lot of times I'd find myself down on the day because here I am over trading, trying to make $200 extra. So I stopped doing that. I find on days where I just, it's better to set a daily loss limit in my case, and just be like, hey, I'm not going to trade. One of my rules, and I remember I told you this, is when you called me naughty, because I had broke my rule of trading after 2 losses. And that was something that I had from like the beginning when I first started trading. But I think having a daily loss limit is really the better option, because again, I think a lot of times traders will set like a daily profit profit target. And, you know, it's hard to stop trading once you hit that, or at least be happy with profits after making a certain amount of trades. So I don't know what your take is on that, but that's kind of what I feel.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, are you in agreement, or would you any contrast to what Miriam
Yeah,
said?
no, I'm similar. I used to have a pretty tight daily profit target, and then, you know, when my first profit target was $300 a day, and so, you know, when you're hitting that pretty consistently 4 out of 5 days in the week, 7 out of 10, you know, 12 out of 15, whatever, you know, you start to trail that up a little bit, and then I just kind of did away with it. I had a conversation with a trader who went through the same thing and said, okay, you know, let's say you have $1,000 profit target for the day, you hit that in your first trade, and you have 5 more setups, right? Like, you could be denying yourself a $5,000 day, or Miriam $10,000 day, right? So to me, it was always just drilled in my head fairly early in my career, and having come from a stock and options background, that once you are able to manage your risk, now whether that's concrete risk settings or just understanding, like I have an 0 for 2 rule. You know, usually when I start the day, first 2 trades are losers. I'm done for at least an hour, most likely the day. That once you are able to manage your risk, it's no different than being in an individual trade. You got to let your winners run, or your winning days run.
Yeah, no, spot on. I think you both absolutely hit the nail on the head there. Is that if you were to have a target for the day, 2 negatives can be created by that. One, as Miriam alluded to, you start to chase trades that aren't there. You start to chase the market. You try to take from the market more than the market's offering you, and then you're naturally going to start to take shittier trades to try and hit that target, even if maybe it's not on offer today. And the second thing, also, if your strategy and your system is perfectly in line with the market condition, it will be ridiculous to just tap out at $500 profit, because the market might be completely conducive to the way you trade. It might be behaving itself. It might be going level to level. There might be beautiful trends in the day. However, if you hit your $500 target for the day, or whatever it might be, and you're not applying your strategy, then you're definitely losing out. So there are definitely going to be days where the market is going to chew your strategy up and spit it out. Bam, bam, loss. And then there's going to be days where it's conducive. So our job as traders is to basically apply ourselves on both those days, and it will average out as profitable. So, however, what we are in complete and utter control of is our worst possible day, which is why having a daily loss limit is completely in line, because you're going to be in charge of your worst possible day. You set your worst possible day to be a day that, should it happen, it doesn't change your life emotionally, it doesn't change your life financially. You know, you can still go out for dinner tomorrow, you can still go and do this, you can still go and do that. It's really, really important that what you're risking in a day, you should be happy to lose, because if you're not happy to lose it, you're risking far too much, and it means there's an emotional component that's going to be drawn into the equation once you get near it. If there's an emotional component, you're not going to trade objectively, and the system's going to fail. So the idea is if you're not happy, if it doesn't make you happy to drink 10 beers in an evening, don't drink 10 beers in an evening, because you know that it's going to derail you. Understand where your happy place is and essentially stick to it. And unfortunately, a lot of people,
by the way. Oh,
I would argue if you're drinking 10 beers, you were unhappy before you started.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, I feel terrible. I come from a rugby background. 10 beers is like, it's a pre-session. But the idea is that, you know, understand where you're going to slightly, you know, you're going to start to feel it. And a maximum daily drawdown of $2,000 on a 10K account, you're going to feel it. However, you know, Leah was saying that, you know, she's on 1,100. I don't think you stop trading at 1,100. I think you basically just adjust your risk so that it's relative to your pot. And I know people that trade with £1,000 accounts, okay, here in the UK. That's all they have, because prop firms aren't as big over here as they are over there. So a lot more people here retail traders trade with their own money. And that's why I've had a lot of experience. The past decade of experience I've had have been usually with people trading live accounts, and live accounts that are their money, and live accounts that if it's gone, it's gone. So the idea is you can still trade a $1,100 account, but you need to adjust your risk so that it is in line with allowing you to have a bad day and still be okay. So, Leah, I think what did we say? We said $1,100. For me, if it was something like $1,100, think about your hit rate. Okay, so if you're winning 50% of the time, let's just use it as an example, 50% of the time, if you're winning, if you've got a 50-50 hit rate, and your average risk to reward ratio, let's just say, for example, is 2-to-1, at $100 per trade, you're basically going to go from $1,100 down to $100 if you lost your first trade. $1,000 if you lost your first trade. Make your next trade. Shall I actually use a screen for this very briefly?
Great, yeah.
I just realized I'm talking numbers, and it's difficult to keep that sort of thing in your head, and I'm a very visual person. I've got a very sort of sad Excel screen up at the moment, so it looks very, very sad because there's 3 numbers on it. But this is the sort of thing that can help you. So just as an example, we're taking Leah's example, and appreciate that, Leah, you sort of being honest and sort of saying, right, I'm down to 1,100. What do I do with this 1,100? You can certainly still trade it, in my opinion. Okay, so let's just imagine 1,100, your maximum risk per trade, let's just say for now is $100. It technically should change. Okay, so it should get smaller as you lose, and it could get bigger as you win. Okay, so we can make that a percentage of the pot, but I'm not going to do that calculation just yet. We're just going to keep it as 100. And let's say your hit rate is 50%. Okay, so 50% hit rate, you win, lose, win, lose, win, lose, win, lose, and your average risk to reward ratio, you risk $100, you're looking to target $200, so risk to reward ratio is 2. Okay, very, very simple equation. Now I'll get rid of this crap on the left. Okay, so very, very simple equation now. So very simply for Leah, I mean, if she were to start at 1,100, technically, if she lost her first trade, she goes down to $1,000. Then if she wins her next trade, because it's 50-50 and it's a 2-to-1, so she's up to $1,200. And then again, she loses her next trade, let's just say 1,100, and then she wins her next trade. That's going to be $200, so she's going to go up to 1,300. So this is how you slowly climb, and this is my point: is that unfortunately a lot of people are going to look to think, right, I'm down to 1,100. Let's risk $500 for $1,000, and bam, let's get up to that 2,000. But you've got to treat it like it's your last, and that's my point: is that if you don't respect and treat it as your last, I would suggest you just put the whole 1,100 on red. Yeah, take it, go down to the casino and put the whole thing on red. Because that's essentially what you're doing if you're not going to sort of try and make it back bit by bit. If you just go big 500 risk on a 1,100 count, that's what's going to happen. So this is how it should work. And then you see, look, technically you then lose and you go back down to 1,200. You then win and you go back up to 1,400. And this is the gradient of a steady. I mean, if you see the best funds, okay, guys, you Google it. Okay, all of you Google it. Have a look at how the best funds function and how some of the best longer term, I'm talking sort of 8 years traders, and you've got 2 options. You can go up or down. Let me get something up very quickly. You can go up or down in terms of big swings up, big swings down. The charts. Let's just use this as my little whiteboard.
Hmm.
Aussie dollar whiteboard. So you can have, let's use something else because that oil. Right, you can have an equity that did something like this. Okay, we could go from here up to here. Hang on, there's a better option here, isn't there?
There's the arrow tool.
There's a thing that you can just go and connect.
Tut, tut, tut.
Tick, 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 and connect. Exactly that.
It's
You have
This
to go.
one.
You have
Oh.
to go to the brush. And,
Oh, so like this. So you can have equity. You can have trading equity did something like this. Okay. Bam. Okay. So the resultant of this obviously is positive. Yeah. We started down here. We made our way up. And you can also have a different version that did something like this. I'm going to change the colors in a second. Let's just assume we do something like that. Now, they often say trading is quite stressful. One thing I want to say is there are two types of trader. There's orange and green. They both made profit in the month. Who do you think had the more enjoyable month in terms of stress?
Oh gosh.
It's clear,
Enjoyable.
isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, orange had a better month in terms of stress. Okay. I think it's clear to see that green was a little bit erratic, was stressed. You know, down here, down here, down here. These are moments in a trader's, you know, month where you're thinking, you know what, I'm in trouble. Whereas the little and often, and the way you manage to keep the little and often, we don't have the big swings, the big wins. We don't have any of these huge wins. We don't have the huge downs. Now, if you had somebody that had, I don't know, $500 million, okay, high net worth investor, do you think that investor, he or she, well, it can be both nowadays, can't they? That investor had an option of choosing trader green or trader orange. Which trader are they choosing? Because green made more money. Okay, green made more money, but which trader are they choosing? What do we think? It's obviously going to be orange. Okay, and the reason being is that any high net worth investor, and this is what you should apply to yourself, is ask yourself, they'll ask the question, what can I lose? What's the biggest loss I can have? And clearly with trader green, the biggest loss you can have, sir, is everything, because that's how I trade. I swing for the fence, I either go big or go home. I lose a lot, but I can make a lot, but I can lose a lot. They're not interested in that because that's not how you grow wealth. Let's try and understand, we're trying to grow something here. We're trying to grow, you know, I'm married now, so I've got a shitload of plants in this apartment. So things grow slowly, okay? Things don't grow quickly. And the idea is that you need to try and look at your trading account as something that you nurture and you grow. And that takes time, you know, like children, I guess. It takes time to grow something. So rather than thinking, let's swing for the fence and let's get the big numbers in, you know, as quick as we can, think about growing it little by little. So yeah, Leah, you can still, absolutely, yeah, yellow, orange, completely less stress. There's no moment in Orange Traders Month where they thought, bollocks, I'm going to be in a bit of trouble. I need to look for a new job. Or, you know what, I might have to cancel that trip to Disneyland because I don't think we're going to get to afford it at the moment. Whereas Trader Green was thinking about, you know, smashing a bottle of detergent here, and here. Yeah, that happens. Okay, trust me. You see a lot of traders in the city staring down the barrel at some point. You know, you go out in New York or you go out in London.
I was gonna say they got taller buildings in New York though, so
Yeah.
no need for the detergent.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, to be fair, there's nothing to jump off here in London. But the idea is that, you know, these are moments where you're really going to doubt yourself and the stress, and it's horrible, it's awful. Whereas if you can keep it on this orange trajectory, and that's done by really, really taking care of your downside. And that's the sort of thing that, like I said, Leah can do if she, or anyone can do if she sort of just curbed her risk. And yeah, we're looking at $1,100 account, $100 risk, 50% hit rate. That's win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. It's not asking for too much. And average 2-to-1, so risking 100 for $200. And this is the growth. And, I've just drawn a very, I've got the numbers here, but I've only got, I've got to close this segment off now, guys, because they wanted me to finish in 45 minutes. So I'll do something in a bit more detail on drawdown analysis, probably next Tuesday, okay? Because it's something that's been coming up so much. If I get a live account from 10 to 8 to 6, how do I get back to 10? First of all, the target should never be 10. Yeah, break even is a myth. It's just a thing. It's just a psychological thing in our minds. The idea is just try and be consistently profitable, and then you get there and you get beyond there. But the idea is we'll do a big session next Tuesday on risk management and drawdown analysis, and understanding the different mechanisms that we can apply. Because I could do a lot more on this, and I'll use your exact example, Leah, because it's nice that it's a real example. I appreciate people using, putting themselves out there and saying, yeah, you know what, this is where I am. How can I sort of get out of it? And it's not cease trading. I think the simple option is reduce it, but be okay with a slightly longer time frame to get to where you need to go. And it's really good, because what you're going to do is you're going to basically get better at trading. Okay, the British are so weird. I just saw that pop up. So weird. Someone calling me out. But yeah, this is the idea, Leah. So we'll do this next Tuesday. Okay, next Tuesday I'm going to do a proper session then on risk and drawdown, and we'll get some charts up. We'll get some graphs up. I'll also put together some formulae on Excel. So we'll put some formula in to sort of really calculate things automatically, and it'll be quite easy for you to then just type in the formula and understand how you can create something that can just track and change and alter your risk per trade based on your current equity. Just a very quick one. So when should I stop, coach? If I get a win stop, sorry, I can't see this. Just a sec. If I get, where are we? Sorry, I'm just trying to find Leah's. I plan on coming here and keeping you updated. Yeah, please do. Oh. I get a win, stop, or time having take profit. Yeah, so I mean that depends on your strategy, Leah. So hopefully, I don't know whether you're where you're trading with Tradeify at the moment, but hopefully you can try and have a session and a chat at some point. But yeah, I think the idea is, depending on your strategy with regards to take profit, that's a whole different conversation, unfortunately. But with regards to you trading, I think it's important that you still trade. Nothing better than winning again, and it doesn't matter how small it is, as long as you're back to winning again. So please try and win again, and just make it small. Yeah, make it really, really small. Understand that you just need to make little gains, and it will just be a slightly slower trajectory up rather than the hit for the fence kind of thing. I think that's, I haven't played much baseball, but I believe the best baseball players, they're not just the ones that smash home runs. Am I correct there?
Probably not all the time.
Or probably Matt knows.
I don't know about baseball so much.
Depends on what kind of hitter you are, but as the old commercial used to say, chicks dig the long ball. So the more home runs.
Wow.
The better. You ever saw that old Nike commercial with Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine? Go look that up on YouTube.
I haven't, no.
I've never seen it before. But yeah, Coach Tank, thank you so much for today. I can't wait for Tuesday. Chat, give it up for Coach Tank really quick here. W Tank in the chat.
Yeah, sorry, it's a quick one, but yeah, we'll absolutely dig deep into this on Tuesday. So try and join Tuesday if you can, and we're going to do a real sort of intense with some formula, with some charts, with some graphs, with some real examples of managing risk and sort of getting out of holes and sort of the mindset we need to be in to sort of get where we need to go without risking even more.
Awesome.
Cool. Well, gents, ladies, pleasure.
Thank you,
Enjoy
Coach.
your backstreet. I'm going to see the Black Keys tomorrow.
Oh, very nice.
Black
Very
Keys.
nice.
Okay.
The Black Keys are in Black Keys are in London.
Collect some of that gold on the ceiling.
I don't know any of their songs. My wife loves.
That's one of their songs. Jesus Christ. All right.
All right.
That's
I'll get that on
awesome.
Alexa in a minute, and then we'll crack on.
Today. I'm out.
But have a lovely weekend, everybody. But yeah, I'll see you on Tuesday, and we'll stay in touch, no doubt.
Bye, Coach Dink. Have a great rest
Take
of
care,
your
all. Bye for now.
day.
Nice. All right. What a session.
That was awesome.
What
That
is
was
All right,
awesome.
I do want to say if we could get a poll up really quickly before we move into our next segment here. So we're sitting like, we're a little above 950, but we have a big order sitting at 23,000 and a big order sitting at about 22,900, a little above. So let's get a poll up. Are we going to hit 900 or 23,000 first?
That one's going to be
Which one
interesting.
is it?
Also, guys, don't forget, chat. We are still going to have a big giveaway today, so stick around. Stick around. It's going to be worth your time.
Mhm.
Trust me. We're gonna run that in a, probably like, I'm not gonna say when. I'm not gonna tell you when. Just stick around. It's gonna be good. All right, where are we
Yeah.
going, Matt? What do you think? Is it
23K.
22,900?
Perma Bull Matt is always going to say 23K.
All right, Miriam, what are you saying?
I do have to. I mean, we're so close to 23K. I think we are probably going to be heading that direction, especially since we've been making these higher lows. Look at ES, guys. ES
ES
is a
flying.
monster today.
Mhm.
So as long as ES keeps pushing, I don't see why NQ is kind of the lagging one today. Let me go to the 5 minute on each one. Make sure
Some
I'm
of
in there.
the bigger stocks, your Nvidias, your Teslas, and are stabilizing right now. They're a little bit in a range now. They're lower end of the daily range. If they crack back towards their VWAPs and back towards the middle, it's going to carry us up to 23K and maybe above. If we start to see those crack a little below, it could be we could be hitting new session lows.
Yeah, it's just interesting how ES has just been. I mean, this 3,000 level, you guys can see, yes, we dipped down below it, but I had mentioned those orders to you guys sitting at this 62, 96, 97 area. Look how well we just held that area. This was also, kind of this swing low from yesterday as well. So, this was the area that we were really focused on, and you could tell every time it came down to this 300, Nasdaq really had the juice to the downside, which I think obviously is what brought ES down. But we kept getting this move to 300 to the 300 level, and we just could not crack it. But obviously we did, and then we got this tweezer bottom at the 5 minute on the 5 minute, which is a bullish signal. So nice clean setup from there. So if you guys cut the long anywhere near this area, congratulations. This was such a banger trade. So I think, as long as ES, the thing is, of course, ES is so much stronger than the Nasdaq. Nasdaq is still underneath VWAP, ES well above VWAP, and still holding this 315 area as well. So this was the area we were looking for us to crack above. But yeah, I think we're headed towards 2,300. I don't see why not. 23,000. I don't know why I keep saying 2,300.
Because you're used to saying ES now, and that's in the 6,300s. That's probably why.
So as Drew referenced, guys, we have some giveaways left for those that are finding their way to the stream. Make sure to participate in the giveaways, guys. And we have to prevent a lot of spam in the chat, we have a waiting period between subscription and being able to talk. I don't know if it's 1 minute or I think it might be 1 minute. So subscribe right now, because we're going to do these giveaways pretty soon, and you have to comment in the chat to be entered, and you need to be subscribed to comment. So give us a like, give us a subscription.
Yep.
And in a few minutes, we'll be doing, we've got some big giveaways, guys, to celebrate 15,000.
Let's go.
It's going to be nice. I mean, for the 23K level, we still have VWAP sitting at 22,990. I wonder if we're going to just push through that, or, slowly climb up to the 23Ks, or even reject it. Who knows?
Yeah, that's right. We still can reject it. Still can. We're getting some buying pressure coming in on both futures right now. So
Yeah, that low, that higher low there at 22,940 on NQ, that certainly helped for the buying.
75. There's some orders sitting there that we need to hold right now. So let's see what we get. Yes, looking good. Yes, looks really good. Let's see where else EOS has to go. I actually need to update my zones on ES. Let's get the 4-hour real quick.
Nasdaq is pushing. Let's see if we can break that high. We are on it. And then 990 for VWAP. And then there's not much until 23K, obviously.
So
seller's sitting there at 23,000.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's get up
All
there.
right.
Yeah, there we are.
Maybe
VWAP.
nice pop.
VWAP not letting it through that easily, though. Boundless. Maybe we should do a marble race to get the markets moving. Well, the markets
They're
just drop.
moving. They
The
really
markets
are moving.
drop when we do marble races. Don't forget.
We have had very little barcoding action today. This is a very un-Tradeify TV session.
Yeah, I love it though. That's how it should be.
Mhm.
That's a great session. Wait, you're in another trade, Miriam?
Yeah, I did enter that long at 81. Let's see if I can look at this here. I want to see 23,000 break here. This is a lot of trades that I've taken today. I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot of trades.
You took like 10 trades or something, no?
Around there, yeah.
But you're gonna be up 10K very shortly.
Let's see. I'm gonna move my stop to break even on this.
People are asking, Miriam, when do you stop?
Well, when you have a day that, kind of Coach Tank said, I mean, I don't have like a price target, but I also don't have, necessarily anything that is keeping me from adding these trades on. So if I'm seeing a day that's good for me, like I'm happy to take it.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's always like, as long as you do have the mental capital to handle the trade,
Yeah.
you're good to keep going. In terms of if you haven't met your daily loss limit, obviously. But if you're in profit and you feel great and you don't feel emotionally drained, guys, you can still keep trading. There's literally nothing that will prevent you from that, because if you have a run, you have a run. Keep going.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
nothing bad about that, in my opinion.
Yes, we are trying to clear this 23K here. I have my stop set at 84.
Nice. Clean.
Let me see if I can have Nick or Drew share my screen here. All right.
We are on your trading view screen right now.
Okay, let me just switch this over.
Over?
Okay, so we are kind of still rejecting this 23,000 area. Oh, let me share here.
Did you take that trade based on the 1 minute trend line break, or what was your?
No, I actually took that based off well, now that I'm changing my screens, let me go back to my charts here and look. So we did get a clean break above. So I was actually looking to enter at 77, but we did. All right, we're getting this push here. If you guys can see my screen here, but we did get that clean break above 77. So I was actually looking to enter there. I did actually enter a separate trade that I did close at that 77. That, for me, it ended up actually being a loss. But so I am going to be entering or taking off this trade if we do clear like 23 23.05. So if we can get that clear, then I'm going to be looking to take that exit. But we do see some sellers sitting at 23.005, 23.010. That's why I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to keep trailing my stop in break even here. So if we can get that, look at ES though. Look at this freaking move on ES.
It's flying. It wants the all-time highs.
All right, we're starting to clear those sellers sitting there at 23.05. 005. So I really want to see a strong push here. I really want to see a strong push. So I just have my stop at 91 now. Yeah, because if we get to projection.
So what was your now that you're back on these charts, like what was your reasoning for the entry?
Oh, I thought I told you guys.
or did I miss that?
Yeah, I mentioned that I was looking at, because I had my other charts right now. So
okay. Yeah,
I was looking at
charts while you explained it, I think.
Yeah, I was looking at my previous charts because I switched back to these. But if you go to the 5-minute chart on NQ, we had that pivot high at 87-ish. I was actually looking to enter at like 78, 79. Okay. But then, we got this push up. So I got my entry, but I really wanted this push up above VWAP, which we did get. But right now we are starting to kind of get this. Did I just get stopped out on that? Oh, no.
No, you're still in. I mean, your stop is sitting at 91, no?
Where is my... Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We have some buyers sitting at 90. Might stop me out here. Just stop me out. All right. I'm going to switch back to my charts so you guys can see a little bit what I was looking at. So, Drew, I'm going to switch back here. Can see this.
Now that Miriam is out of the trade, let me actually set the target for the big boy giveaway that we're gonna do.
Nice.
We're currently sitting at 664 likes. Let's get this to 800 likes, okay? Let's get the stream to 800 likes. Just smash that like button if you haven't already, because I'm gonna tell you now what we're gonna give away, okay? We are gonna give away in this big giveaway. Let me just scroll to the right note here. There we go. We're going to give away 2 50K growth accounts and 2 150K straight to funded accounts to celebrate the 15,000 subscribers. All right. This is going to be good. So make sure to hit that like button really quick. And let's get us to 800 likes.
So we could try to hold VWAP here. But yeah, you could see we did go right up to that 23,005. Honestly, I probably should have just taken some profits off there, but I was looking for a stronger push through that, which it looked like we were trying to get, but didn't quite get the volume through it. So I didn't want to take back a lot of my profits. So on that one in particular, I think I made 971. Yeah. 971. I don't know if I cleared 10K. I forget.
For today?
I think so.
Nice. Second 10K day on stream, if you cleared it.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet, but it's okay.
Where are you at? How much are you at? How much are you at?
I'm at 9664.
Oh, wow. Background Nick says, Miriam, scalp 10 minis to hit 10.
Yeah. Well, probably good.
What do you mean, background Nick? Like 10 minis is like a small position for Miriam. Chill.
10 minis. Nice hold of this VWAP level. so far. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yeah, getting some buying coming in here. Nice. Look at that hold of that area as well. That wick that we got. It's a nice hold of that.
Yeah, we're definitely fighting our way back up to the 50-minute opening range now. I mean, that would be the next target for me here at 23,000 and 2150. Hey, we got the first vodka comment today. Nice.
Yes. How many bottles of vodka are you in there, Nick?
So many bottles today. I only drank like 1.5 so far. And
Well, Miriam drinking clear liquid today must have vodka as well.
Yes, a lot
it is
of
a
it.
very special matcha. It's clear, like
More vodka, more profits.
Clearly, no matcha, more profits for me. Because
well, no, last time you hit 10K, you did have your matcha. So
that's true. That's true. That day was so clean. Oh my gosh. I feel like I definitely scalped a lot today, but that day was, I think I had 3 trades max on that day. But yeah,
you have 3 bangers there.
It's definitely different like trading on the stream because I come from like such a scalp background. Like I'm such a big scalper. I'll get in for like I get on massive size, but I only take like a couple points. So that's just my strategy. That's what's worked for me. But you know, I've recently on the stream, I've been trying to get like smaller-ish sizing, but like the bigger moves. So I think for me, like it's just a different style of trading, and you know, like a lot of times, you know, there are a lot of times where I am just like scalping the back in the background.
What is scalping for you in terms of like how big of a move?
Honestly, sometimes like 5 points. If I can get 5 points on a, you know, this is like back in the day when I used to trade like, you know, 10 minis, I would get 5 points. That's a decent profit right there. And I would do that occasionally, like multiple times.
I mean, that's $1,000.
Not something that I ever would recommend to a lot of people. That's actually a very high risk like way of trading. So, you know, definitely don't try to like now go implement that, because it's, you know, there's times where you're down and it's not profitable. But yeah, if you can get in on like, that's why like for these sort of retests that we get, like whenever we get these retests, or if we're in a downtrend, like for example, this is the one that I got in earlier. We had this nice downtrend hold of this 900 level. I got in on the 900, but if you get like, this was actually a really clean move that I got in at. You know, you get this retest and then a nice drop like that, like it's just it's the best. Some of the best trades that you can get. Nice. But yeah, so those are the kind of moves I look for. But yeah, right now we're retesting that 23,005 area. We do have some stacked orders sitting all the way through 23,020. And let's see what we get, because this 13 zone is going to be kind of a key area for us. That we it's
actually funny that you mentioned it with the scalping, because me too. Like I do a lot of small scalping. I just try to take bigger moves for the stream, so we have the order on longer. But it's always that, you know, it's always that fine line between should we take more trades like when we see them just in the background, because we can't show a 5-point scalp, like unless Drew is like on our chart at that time, right? And we just enter the trade right there. But get it.
But Nick, if somebody's 10, 12, 15 seconds behind in the stream, they're not going to see it at all, the trade, right? So
well, they're still going to see it. It's just going to be, we're out already when they see it.
Yeah, my scalps can be quick. Like they can be seconds. Like I think my shortest trade has been like, you know, just a couple seconds in, and you know, it's kind of crazy because you can see how much, you know, a candle can move in a couple seconds. And if you're in at a good entry and you get out right at that push, I mean, you can make decent money. But again, it's such a high risk style of trading. Not something I recommend for a lot of people. But you know, I think when you're talking about, for example, like swing trading, I don't know if you guys saw me, but I was kind of looking at platinum a little bit here. And it's interesting because I've never traded platinum, but I'm kind of interested in starting to get more into like the swing trading side of things. I have this trend line. I'm noticing platinum and some of these other metals have really good respective levels towards trend lines. And like if I go to the 4-hour, for example, here, this is actually a trend line I drew yesterday. Okay, I drew this yesterday, and you can see we had really nice touch points on this trend line, and we just had a massive move to the upside. And so, I think with something like this, when you're looking at like more of these sort of instruments where they respect these levels really well, you can take these trades for swings, right? If you have the capital for, I think on platinum you need about like, I don't know, $7,000 to actually hold this overnight. But if you get a nice move like this, I mean, this is something you can stay in. I'm not a swing trader. I used to be, and that was actually really stressful for me. But if this is something you guys want to add on in terms of other types of trading that you do, like I know some of us have tried options trading. I still do my options trades on the sides as well. But it's really interesting to kind of look at like different indices or different instruments and see how they work in terms of like different strategies or whatever the case may be. I know obviously NASDAQ moves like crazy, which is why I do these sort of scalping moves. I don't scalp on ES. That is something that I will stay in it longer. I will let the move happen, and take time with it. Like this move today, this 300 level that held, such a beautiful move. And I keep talking the talk with ES, saying that I'm going to trade ES, and I can't. Haven't done it yet. I'm just still trading the NASDAQ, but ES has been given some really nice moves too. So credit to ES for that. But yeah, I think it's just like, depending on what you're trading, you have to look at what your trading style is going to be for that certain instrument. And some trading styles don't work on other instruments. And I've kind of just realized that. So NASDAQ is more of my scalping bay. ES is more like, more of the day trade. And then I have like my certain instruments for what I do options on versus, do like a swing trading setup for.
Nice. We are holding that 2305 level now. Well, 23,005.
Got a nice retest. This is another thing I also look at on the 5-minute. Like, how close are the EMAs is the 9 EMA coming to VWAP? Right here, this is actually a really good bullish signal. Whenever I see VWAP starting to curl, and the 9 EMA starting to curl back up after a downward move, this is something for me where I'm like, this looks bullish. Like if we come back and test this area, I would consider going long here, just because you could set your stop pretty tightly actually, because if it did break that, it would probably invalidate it. But yeah, we are getting this nice push up. So let's see if we can get this 23,020 area, or at least a push above 13. Yeah. That's what I would be looking for.
That would be the bottom of the 50-minute opening range. So
yeah, I'm just trying to look at ES here.
ES is pushing for the highs, for the all-time highs.
Yeah, we do. We're literally right at this resistance zone.
10 points away.
This resistance zone starts at this 23, let's call it 24, 63.24 all the way up to 63.33. So I would expect if we can clear that, then no reason not to go higher.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Actually, we do have, let's see here. I would say 330, 327 on ES would start to act as resistance. We have some sellers sitting at 325 and then 329. So we got some room.
Actually, very good point in the chat here from Bogey Trades. The stream here that we do is not a signal stream. And you should actually just try to learn how we trade. Like everybody here has their different trading style. Just see what fits your strategy best, what fits your personality best, and then find your edge with that. Because at the end of the day, yes, we do try to share as many of our trades as we can. The P&L that we update here on the stream is always live money, but it doesn't mean that you should take the exact same trades. You must understand why you're taking the trades that you take. So shout out to you, Bogey Trades. Good point.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I like that. That's another thing too. Like, I mean, you know, you guys can watch us trade, and we say this all the time. Like, Nick trades a certain way, I trade a certain way, Matt trades a certain way. And like, if I tried implementing what Matt trades, you know, I might not be successful in it, right? Like, he sees what he sees and I see what I see. You know, like I said, the scalping strategy that I use works for me because I'm very, you know, strict with it, but not something for beginners or even like intermediate traders to implement. And so it really does come down to, I can give you a playbook, I can show you exactly like the rules and the setup and everything, but once you actually put yourself in the position of trading it, like, you know, it's really all up to you to execute that and make sure that you are, you know, in the like, basically you're taking accountability for your trade, right? And you know, even these trend lines that I talk about, like, trend lines can be tricky. They can be tricky, especially on smaller time frames, because when you look at them, you're like, well, where do I enter, right? I might look at it and be like, on a certain trend line, I might enter very early and be confident with that entry. On other trend lines, I might be like, oh, I need a little bit more confirmation, or I might not like the trend line based off, you know, where we are sitting in terms of support and resistance. So it really is not like just, hey, use this and it'll work. Like, you have to implement it yourself and understand, like, everyone has their own risk tolerance. Everyone has their own like viewpoint of the trade and intuitive feeling towards that trade. Like, a lot of my trades, I will say, are pretty intuitive. I get a sense for like where Bookmaps is sitting, where the sellers are sitting, where the buyers are sitting, and if I need to close that trade early, I'll close it early. So yeah, it's very different. Like, when you don't want to be just taking signals from other people, because your risk is different, their take profits are different, like, and by the time they could be out, you know, you're still in the trade hoping for the best. So you just got to be careful. Learn to teach yourself how to fish, for sure.
Yep. Matt,
Nick,
what are you doing?
I'm watching the battle around 23K on Bookmap right now. We've got some layered in liquidity at 15 and 20 and 0 and 995. So kind of we're waiting to see where the next directional movement is.
All right. I would actually like to see that Bookmap. Can you pull it up?
Right here.
Nice. Drew, can we switch to Matt? Let us see the Bookmap. Nice.
Oh my God, I need you to zoom out of that.
Oh, you want me to really mess with your head? Here we go. Let's do this.
Oh God.
Let's do that. Let's just screw everybody up here. Now I gotta look up. I have my old settings on an old my OneDrive somewhere has my saved Bookmap settings from a couple years ago. So I got to go find that. I wanted to wait till I have the new desk set up, which everything gets delivered for that today. So, but yeah, I'm going to have Bookmap and Sierra on their own monitor next to each other, so I can look at the zones I like to look at and kind of go from there.
Nice. Yeah,
you know, here's the thing with Bookmap, Atachi. Everybody uses it differently. And again, until I get my settings in, and I'm going to set up a couple of workspaces that just like for orders 10 or more or 20 or more, et cetera, et cetera. I will say this, it's like every other tool. It is not a be all end all. Some people trade exclusively off this, but these are people that have like 6 months more experience, like just looking at this every day. I just use it as kind of actually, I use this most in trade management, right? When you're in a trade, if a bunch of liquidity pops up the opposite side of your trade, you might want to adjust to stop, or it also can help you know where to set profit targets. If you're in, let's say, at 22,970 and you're eyeing a 50, 60 point move, but all of a sudden a ton of liquidity comes in at 23,000. Well, maybe you think about setting your initial profit target, or at least partial profit target, right before that liquidity. So if the liquidity gets filled, you'll get filled. So yeah, so that's kind of, I'll get a little more into this, and I know Miriam uses this for some confirmation as well. We'll do this at some point. I do want to say, I saw somebody, this was while Tank was on, and I meant to respond and I forgot, talking about why they like Project X. Well, it's because you have risk management settings that you can put in. Guys, those are in almost every platform. Tradeify has risk management settings and daily risk management settings. If you use Rhythmic, you can go into R Trader Pro and set specific settings. So anybody saying, well, it's just on Project, no, that's lazy. It's everywhere, guys. More and more platforms have added that feature. In fact, there were several platforms that had that before Project X. So if you're somebody who needs to set that, and for some people, I recommend it. You want to set a daily profit target for, and it doesn't, you know, again, you're going through an eval or a sim funded or your live or your personal account, they all have that, guys.
All right, let's see. Gosh, ES is just on a ripper today.
Yes, the all-time high.
Oh man.
Also, guys, the goal for the next giveaway is 800 likes on the stream. If we can't hit it, we're still gonna do the giveaway at you know, at the hour sharp in 9 minutes. However, I do want us to hit that 800 like goal. So let's go smash that like button if you haven't already.
I will say, don't look at Bookmap for areas of support and resistance. All of those are our orders, order books. So we have or orders on the book. Excuse me. So we know there's some sell orders up there at 20 stacked around that area. I don't necessarily refer to it as support or resistance. I don't necessarily refer to it as buyers and sellers. It's just liquidity, right? And the markets move to liquidity. And again, I demonstrated yesterday, and we'll look at it on this stream because this is a tool we can use together. When liquidity areas stack, price action tends to move towards those areas, right? Now, again, not all the time, but I said yesterday, you know, we had that 29,000 or 23,900 level that was showing liquidity even when we were 70, 80 points away. And what did I tell you? I said, more often than not, we will go to an area where liquidity is on the board for long periods of time, right? In fact, here's a great example back here at 23,000, right? This liquidity was on the board for a very long time, made a run at it, didn't have the orders to fulfill it. So we back up, we collect all these orders, boom, come up. And as soon as in the very next run to this, we smashed right through this area, retraced a little bit, and now we're heading back up. So you can get into a little bit of a mental trap thinking of this as support or resistance. It's just where the orders are on the board. So again, don't use it for what it's not. I don't have the ES set up here yet, guys.
I did take that long at 23.10, 010.
Oh, you're at 10K for the day.
Let's go.
Nice.
Stop is really tight though. Stop is really tight on this. So.
You better have it tight so you hit your 5-figure day. Come on.
23.015.25 is my stop. So 5 point gain on this if we get it. $23.015. The reason I even have that is because we do have some sellers sitting there, which will probably stop me out in a bit here. Here, I'll show you guys my charts. I know I keep like flipping back here.
Don't you have the Stream Deck set up?
No, my
Set
stupid
it up.
Mac.
It's so easy. It's literally just one button now. I can
It's
click
literally
that
so
button.
annoying. It's
I can click
Here,
that
I'm
one
gonna
button
switch my
just
screen
straight
share.
away, and the viewer sees it too. So
I know it's super frustrating.
you
Like
gotta set it up. It's sick.
I think that's where it's at here.
I forgot. I will be honest though, Miriam. I forgot what I was missing with the, you know, when I got my new computer a couple weeks ago on trading with Windows. I'm a Mac guy. I love the Mac.
I know.
I use it for all the stuff that I do outside of trading. But yeah, it'd been a good year, and I forgot what I was missing. Even if Windows sucks.
I just got stopped out on that, guys, for about a 5-point move. Let me switch back to my charts. Sorry. I know I need my Stream Deck. Super annoying. I know. Ooh, getting that rejection at 17 here. Wow, but you know what? I will say I am pretty impressed by these pullbacks keep getting bought, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Getting bought, and you know, it's just I'm not willing to like you know, test my patience with this. Like again, I'm just gonna get in and out, and we're just gonna, take our profits and run. But still getting these holds of these 9 EMAs. Like when I'm on the 1 minute, I'm looking at these 9 EMAs really just holding. So if I show you guys the 1 minute here, like look at this. This is just so clean. Like this little drop down wasn't the best, but depending on your entry, like these pullbacks are continuing to get bought up.
Hey, Mariam, Bogey Trades is asking 10K a day equals purple SVJ soon.
I want it so bad. Yes. Well, no, I got to do more work on that, but I don't know, something about like owning a Lambo, like it just seems like I need to be in a different point in my life where I start really making that. So yeah, not yet.
Unless you're a YouTube influencer, then you can get one right now.
I told you, there are 2 places that I know of in Chicago where you can get pictures taken on sets, like you're in a garage with really expensive cars, or you're in a set like you're on a private jet. And so if there's 2 in Chicago, there's 25 in LA. So go take your pictures there. And
a lot of them are probably rented, or you get like a group of like 20 guys who just split the cost of it. That's typically what it is.
Boundless, like, no, get a 911, not a Lambo. Ew. Dude, how can you not love a Lambo? Come on.
Man, that was a clean retest. Ugh.
Yeah, we're now retesting the 50-minute opening range low.
Pretty much retested to where I entered at, minus half a tick. I got in at 23.010.25, went down to 23.0, and what is that? 23.010.75. So about half a point, but still holding. Now this 23.20 area is gonna be key. And then we have buyers sitting at that 23.010 area. What's ES doing? Oh, look at that. ES got...
Mariam,
what's up?
I have a question for you. Did you change, based on the coaching that you got from Coach Tank, did you change your rule? Because Leah is asking in the chat, hey, normally Mariam stops after she has 2 losses in a day. Did you change your rule according to the coaching session that you had with Tank?
So kind of yes and no. Like I'm still holding on to that rule, but I did kind of think a lot about it, and it was something that, again, when I said it, it was really because I was struggling. I was struggling with sticking to, like a max loss for the day, or sticking to not over trading or not revenge trading. And that's not something I really like struggle with today. Like, yeah, there will be some days where I get a little extra emotional, I get stopped out to the tick and it's just like, oh, super frustrating. But I know now how to cut myself off. Whereas before I didn't know how to do that. So I had to set that rule for myself. I had to be like, you know what, you're done after 2 losses. I don't care if the market rips and goes complete opposite of your stop loss. Like you're done. And I had to set my foot down for a while. And I just kind of kept that rule. But I didn't realize over time, like there were some days where, I love, like there are some days that are really good for me and that really continue to, provide me the setups and the opportunities. And so, for me, like, and this is something that Coach Tank said that really stuck out to me, is like, if I took a loss, because that was that day where, when I broke my rule on the stream, I think I had taken like a $500 loss on the day. And that to me is really manageable. That to me is something that I can come back from. And so for me to take that win, and take back my losses and more, like that didn't feel like I really deviated from my rules. Like that wasn't something to me where, yeah, if I walked away, it would have been fine. But if I continued to trade, I still would have been fine too. Even if I took another loss on that trade, it still would have been a manageable loss. Now, would I have probably continued to trade after that? Maybe not, because on days like that, when I take 3 losses in a row, it's like, all right, something's going on. So yes, I did, like, I don't want to say like skew that rule. Like I still hold on to it, but it's something that I am aware of. Like, where am I sitting on the day? If I'm up on the day and I, took like 5 trades and 2 losses or something like that, and I see a really good setup, yeah, I'll take that setup. I will take that setup just because, it fits my plan. I don't want to, limit myself just because of one rule that I had to implement for myself long ago. So yes, I definitely will be taking that rule to consideration still, but it's also case by case basis for me. It's not something that, I'm like so true to the T. Like if I lost $500 on the day, like I'm done for the day. It's just something that really helped me in the past.
Nice. Thanks for clarifying.
I think that's important. Like, I don't know if you guys have that too, where you set something for yourself a while back as a new trader, and like now you're like, oh, that doesn't apply to me
100%.
so much anymore.
100%.
Like you evolve as a trader.
Yeah, exactly. In the beginning, I had a daily profit target, and then you're always limited to that amount, right? But you tend to ignore the daily loss limit, especially in the beginning, because you don't like losing, right? And you just keep going. So you're limiting your wins, but you're not limiting your losses technically. And that is a disaster. So for me, things started to really change. Obviously, I had to become more consistent for that too, but started to really change when I removed my daily profit limit, basically. So I could make more in a really good day, like you today, for example, Miriam. But then I would still stick to my daily loss limit to eliminate big losers, big losers, obviously. Yeah,
it really is important to like just be honest with yourself with what kind of trader you are, and just know what days you just need to stay out of the market, right? Like what days are not for you, what days are like your best days. And I mean, even from a lot of seasoned traders that I've heard from recently that are like, June or July have been really rough months for them because they don't fit their trading strategies. We get these, they're more breakout traders, and we've been getting range bound moves, right? Or we'll get a lot more fake outs. So there are certain types of days that are specific to certain types of traders, which is why I always say you don't have to trade every single day. In fact, you shouldn't trade every single day if it doesn't fit your strategy. Now, I have a lot of different types of strategies that I look at for certain days. And so for me, it's like I have my main setups and my main, like, this is like my golden, my bread and butter sort of setup. And on certain days, like, I just feel like I'm killing it. And then on other days, I can't apply those setups because I just know that they're not going to work for me. And this is not something that I, of course, like, would recommend for new traders to have like a bunch of different setups and different strategies, but understand like what days are meant for you and what days aren't, because they're going to show up, and the days that aren't meant for you, you're going to know real quickly that they're not meant for you. And it's just fake out quick moves. Like it's not the best. So we are getting this break here though. Let's see if we can actually hold 23,000 here, but yeah, we are breaking this 9 EMA here on the 1 minute. Now, if I go to the 5 minute,
we're still holding it there.
We're holding it, exactly. And where is that line on the 9 EMA? It's at the 23,000 level. So I'm not going to be trading this, but this is something that I would also look to trade. I would look to trade the bounce.
Absolutely. I also want to say, guys, this year, but especially the last 60 days or so, have been very, very challenging trading. Now, the good news is, and I've said this before on this show, if you're learning how to trade in this time period in 2025, most of you that are learning to trade and just getting going in the last 6 months, probably not having a ton of success right now, but that's okay because you're learning in a very difficult trading environment. The one skill you have to acquire as a trader, there are no exceptions, there are no bargaining, you have to acquire risk management skills. Okay, this environment that we're dealing with mostly this year, but especially in the last couple of months, this environment will teach you that skill whether you want it to or not. Okay, so this is the environment. Be grateful to be trading in this environment. This is like I've used the analogy of the baseball player who has the donut on his bat to make it heavier when he's warming up. You're not dealing with a 6 or 8 pound donut. You're dealing with a 20-pound donut on your bat right now. So it's very hard to swing and it's very hard to be successful. But if you're controlling your losses, if you're not hitting daily loss limits, you're not blowing accounts in 1, 2, or 3 days, you are doing pretty well if you're a newer trader. Okay. I can tell you this is a challenge. I know. Miriam especially makes it look easy on this show, but this is a very challenging environment to be trading in right now.
Yeah.
And so this is the environment to, if you make it through get to the end of 2025 and you're saying, you know what, I learned how to manage my risk. Guys, sometimes a metric to go by, I know, I won't ask Coach Tank this, but just in general, is maybe in the past you blew accounts in 1 or 2 days, evals. Now maybe it's taken you a week or 2 weeks. Maybe you're not passing yet, or maybe you're not getting a whole lot closer, but you're holding accounts longer. That is a very important metric because that's something we don't talk about as much. How long are you holding those accounts? Or maybe the first time you get to a funded account, you only hold it for a day or two, and then the next time it's for, again, this is all a progression. You need to don't look day by day and don't look week by week, but especially month by month and quarter by quarter. Are you getting better? Are your average losers smaller? Are you holding accounts longer? These are metrics which, early as a trader, see, it's so frustrating early as a trader. You're like, I've been doing this 3 months. I haven't passed any evals. Oh, okay, welcome to trading, right? But are you holding them longer? Are you averaging more trades per eval? These are metrics for beginning traders. I mean, complete newbie traders that you can to see if you're getting progress. You blow 10 evals in a row, you don't know if you're making progress or not. But if that first one you blew in a day and that 10th one you blew in 2 weeks, all right, that's, as long as that's not an outlier, that's progress. So just be patient with yourself in this market environment, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. Guys, I think it's time for that giveaway. It's time for the marbles, all right?
Time for the marbles.
Time for the marbles. So, quick reminder, we're going to do a big marble race now, okay? It's going to be for 2 50K growth accounts and 2 150K straight to funded accounts, okay? Each of these accounts has like $500 value. So this is going to be exciting, okay? The rules are very clear. As usual, you have to like the stream. You have to be subscribed to the channel. And once I do drop the keyword, you only type it once, not twice, not 3 times, okay? You are going to get disqualified if you type it more than once. The keyword is, I need to double check so I don't give you the wrong one. Okay, the keyword is TTV for Tradeify TV. All right, that's the keyword. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
There the chat goes. See ya.
There she goes.
Yay.
There she goes again. Ooh, we're really like sandwich.
Well, that's going to be stuck in my head for the rest.
You're welcome.
Whenever I really want to annoy my fiance and get a song in her head the whole day, I'll play the first 30 seconds of Cotton Eye Joe.
Oh, gosh. Great. Now I hear that.
If it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd be... You're welcome.
Oh, gosh. Here we go. Nice. Can we get this 23,000 break? Do we get back down to VWAP? Is this what we're doing here?
Well, yes, is stalling as well at the 6,324 level.
Yeah.
23 level.
Well, there she goes. Lots of selling pressure starting to pick up here.
Yeah, let's see if VWAP holds. The market is definitely a she. Well, NQ is for sure. NQ is nasty NASDAQ.
So funny. Seller stepped in at that 95 area. Oh yeah, we might get this sell.
Yeah, Craig.
Nice.
Damn you. Now I have that song in my head.
See if BWAP holds here. Otherwise, we got room. Ooh, we got so much room to the downside. Yippity yappity you.
Looking to take a short here.
I'm done. I'm done. But this was solid. This was solid.
I'll answer your question, and I have no inside information of anything. Rumors about profit. I will say I will be shocked if any regulations come out under the current administration.
Okay, clear announcement. I love how Matt is always so straight to the point.
Mm-hmm. Well, he just asked. I mean, again, there's at least 10 people, or actually, there's probably at least 25 people at Tradeify, and I think that there's not that many poor people that work there that have more knowledge than I do about this. But I've kind of been in and around the prop space for a few years, have a couple of friends in a couple different places, and there were lots of rumors of regulation for a while, but it's not, unless the CME comes out with something, and I don't think they're going to. It's not going to be under this. This is, again, I'm not saying good or bad or whatever, but it tends to be, Republican administrations tend to be very low regulation, low financial regulation. So I just don't see that being a thing.
All right, guys, we are ready for marbles. Drew, pull it up whenever you are ready, but I think you are. So we can actually raise. Now, just wanted to make this clear before we drop the marbles, okay? Before we go for that race, we're going to do it the following way. The first place, listen closely, first place is going to get a 150K straight to funded account. Second place is going to get a 50K growth account. Last place to actually make it across the finish line is getting a 150K straight to funded account.
Oh,
and second to last gets a 50K growth account. All right, that's how we're going to do it. So mix it up a bit. And Drew, whenever you're ready, let's drop them.
What are we in our greenhouse?
It looks like a floating greenhouse.
Let's check with the legality of the plants being grown in there. It depends on what state it's in.
Oh, man. That's hilarious. Wow, getting the selling coming in here, huh? It's always during a marbles race, too. Wow,
yeah, we're going down.
Well, that track is so confusing. So confusing. It's like an invisible track. It's kind of sick though.
Yeah, what is happening?
Yeah, again, we mentioned marbles, market drops. This is a recurring theme, guys.
How many data points do we need for this to be considered a viable trading strategy?
Actually, though,
market drops.
You know what? I think from now on, just maybe one micro. I'm gonna go short in our live account.
Actually,
every time we pull.
Not a bad idea. That's hilarious.
This is like Interstellar when he's in the bookshelf.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, cool. We got our first winner here. We got CJ Trades. You won a 150K straight to funded account. Congratulations. You already typed, so that's great. And then we have, wait, I can't see it on the screen. Second place, DJC Trades. Similar usernames. DJC Trades. You won a 50K growth account. Type something in the chat really quick. And then, Drew, if you can scroll to the bottom. The last place. There we go. Carlito. Carlito. You also get a 150K straight to funded account. And then last 50K growth account goes to Gandhi Profit. However you want to spell that. But congrats, you guys. You won free accounts. So Make sure to type something in the chat if you're one of the winners, and also add your email addresses to your YouTube channel description so we can reach out to you and actually send you your accounts. Okay.
Nice.
Well done. Well, you didn't do anything, but good luck, lad.
Good job.
We're still waiting for our first payout from a giveaway account. A couple people said they were close, and then we haven't heard anything. So I hope they're doing all right.
Actually, Nasdaqian pinged me today in the chat and said he passed the eval that he won.
Okay.
So
good first step.
Oh, there we
first
go.
step done. First step done. Now off to the payout.
Congratulations.
Nice. That was a good race.
Good times. Good times.
I like the race to the bottom here on NQ and ES. Well, ES is still way stronger than Nasdaq, but hey.
Yeah, ES is still like got this 315 area that it could bounce at.
Is that our last marble race? Or are we doing more?
Well, who knows? Who knows? I know, but I'm not going to say it.
Well, thanks for the update.
Well, you're welcome, Matt.
Oh,
So
man.
Nick, I gotta bring this up as we're getting close to the end of the show today. So you're not gonna be with us tomorrow because you're gonna be strapped to the wing of a plane. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's actually nuts.
Yeah, I lost my voice now. What the fuck?
I'm so excited.
Holy shit, what was that?
Like I prefer to, this is just, it's a personal preference. I don't judge anybody for their preferences or how they live their lives, but when I'm on a plane, I prefer to sit.
Yeah.
I like people to bring me drinks and maybe a snack or two, or put a little show on my phone, depending on how
That's
long.
nice too.
It's a little comfortable. I don't look at a plane and say, I think I'd like to stand on top of it while it's in the air.
Sounds
That's
great.
Well,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, you're strapped to the plane, right? You're not like you don't have to hold on, So
I just want to make sure. I mean, listen. This is the media world. Things move fast. We do have like an in memoriam for Nick, right? If it doesn't go well tomorrow, right?
Oh,
We've got
no,
that
I
queued up for
thought.
Monday.
look, I'll put it on my charts here, guys, so you can see what that
Wow.
actually looks like. Okay. So
That's what you're gonna be like chilling on a wing with.
yep. And I'm gonna be like, yay.
Are they gonna barrel roll while you're doing that?
Well, I hope. Actually, I think there's an option that you can do like barrel rolls and loopings and stuff. So if
Wow.
I can, I will. Trust me.
Props to you for that. That is
It's gonna be sick.
absolutely crazy.
It is gonna be sick. You know what I would actually love to do, Matt? That would be my dream. It's like you're strapped to the wing, right?
Mhm.
And then you do a looping, and basically like when you're half done with the looping, you basically kind of like on how do you say that? Unclip the safety. You fall down and then you parachute. That would be sick.
That's your dream.
That would be really cool.
You and I have very different dreams.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Apparently.
I mean, mine's
Wow.
to hit a few million in the trading account and just spend the rest of my life on my fat ass watching TV. That's mine. I don't know, but you do you, brother.
Yeah. It's all good.
Yeah, dude.
To each their own. Each their own.
But hey, we should do 100K subscriber special. I take you all skydiving, okay?
Okay.
Sounds good. For 100K, they better put us up in one of Elon's rockets. I mean, not the ones that blow up, but the other ones. We'll do the stream from low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
Boundless says clip it. 100K and we go skydiving.
That'd be sick.
Yikes, Drew in the
Drew in the
background.
background says Titanic.
Oh
submarine.
no.
Nope, I'm out.
Oh no.
I'm out on
You
that
are
shit.
crazy for that.
Nope.
I'm sure we could find a sub, but I heard there's one less than there used to be. So.
Wow, Matt. Wow.
Lord.
I'll go in James Cameron's though. That one's been down there like 20, 30 times. If he's piloting, I'm in.
Hey, W Volatrades made $500 on that rubber band play off the bottom.
Nice.
Congrats.
Nice.
That was a good setup too. That was a good setup. Love that.
Very nice.
Wow. So are you how long are you on this plane for? I just want to know like what.
I think it's the flight itself is about 5 to 10 minutes, so it's not that long.
Okay. Okay.
But what I'm not sure yet, and that's going to be interesting, I believe that you have to climb out mid-flight. So you actually start seated in the plane, and then you have to climb out. Obviously, you have like a rope attached to you, but you have to climb up on the wing and then attach yourself, is what I heard, but I'm not 100% sure. So.
Wow. Okay. So 5 to 10 minutes is the flight.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess when you're praying for that long, it does feel like an eternity, but
That's a lot of Hail Marys.
It's kind of funny. I'll take like a 1 hour flight to get there, to go on a 10-minute flight, to then take a 1 hour flight back.
That's what it feels like anytime I fly to visit my sister, like in Nevada. It's like literally the flight is 45 minutes, but it takes like 3-4 hours just to like travel to the airport, get through security, all of that.
Can't
It's
you
like,
just
all right.
drive it at that point?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. So when my husband said, he's like, "Why don't we just drive?" Like
We're
take
in
4
the
hours.
Midwest. If anything's within 8 hours, we're driving it. That's just how it is here.
Dang, you know,
Because then you can
I
stop
hate
at Cracker Barrels and Buc-ee's and all the staples of the Midwest.
I can't stand driving. It is not my thing. I mean, I guess I never have to drive, but it's like not my thing. I don't like being in a car. But that'll be fun for you, Nick. I think, you know, if there's any way, I don't know if you mentioned this, but if there's any way you can take photos of that.
Yeah, I will for sure take videos.
That'd be sick.
100%.
That'd be sick.
All right. Also,
At Double A, a new Tradeify host position will be opening too.
Oh my God.
yeah. Also,
Nick, in all seriousness, with all the joking we're doing, you better come back soon.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're gonna feel like assholes.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
imagine you said all that and then I just don't come back.
Don't say that.
you know, what's funny
You're gonna
is
get me praying tonight for you.
I also joked with my girlfriend, like, imagine you take a flight to go do that and then that plane crashes.
Nick.
Well, this is a morbid. This stream is taking. By the way, Nick, I meant to ask you, how was date night last night? How was this restaurant you took you forever to get a reservation in?
That was really fucking cool, actually. So I'll pull up a picture of this. Wait 1 second. So what they do is it's basically a restaurant where they have projectors, and it's called Le Petit Chef, which means like the small chef.
Huh.
And basically what they do is they project a whole kind of like movie onto the plates of like a tiny 6 centimeter, whatever that is in you guys' system, chef that actually cooks the food for you. It's really cool.
I've heard of this. This is so cool.
Yeah,
What
it was
was
really,
the movie?
really
This is a thing.
it's kind of like just the story of how he cooks your food, and then it's like
Oh,
it's-
okay.
What if you don't really want to know that? I just bring me a plate of food. I don't need all the presentation.
No, I heard that they do this, like that. For example, they'll play like a Disney movie, like Ratatouille, and they'll serve you the food from Ratatouille.
oh, okay, that's different though. That's
during the
different.
scenes. Oh, it's different. Okay.
It's a
never
similar
mind.
idea, I guess. Wait, I'll pull it up here on the charts. There you go. You see that?
Oh, cool.
So it's kind of like you see the plate. The plate is the only real thing here on that.
Oh, interesting.
Obviously, the plate and the cutlery,
Utensils.
but everything else is just projected on it, and then it's like a movie playing on how they cook your food. It's pretty cool.
That's actually sick. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So this is the one that you had to get reservations like 4 months in advance for.
Yeah, not 4 months, but like a month or so.
Still really cool though. Still really cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you got to enjoy that.
Yeah, it
and now
was
you
nice.
get to jump off a plane tomorrow.
Yeah, what are you doing next week?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, chat. Do we have any ideas?
Alien Everest next week?
What should I do? What should I do next week?
Mount Kilimanjaro? I don't know.
Hey, also to the chat, Boundless and Trader King, GG's guys, but I'm number 1. Stole their number one top fan spot.
Really interesting price action we got today. But I want to know too, I mean, did people make money today? Can we throw up a really quick poll? How do we do today? Because it wasn't the easiest day to trade, but I could see some setups happening that were pretty clean. Some buying really coming in here. Wow. Very, very green, says the real Tony Smith. Love to hear that. Bodhi trades made money. Great.
Yeah, also the 23K, 66% of the chat said we're going to reach 23K before 22,900. They were right.
They were right. Yeah.
Mhm.
Ooh, Michael B. up 7,675. Big W.
Nice.
Very nice.
Green. Love it.
Can we actually get a poll up for that? Background Nick, can we get a poll for how people did today on the stream? It's coming, guys. One sec.
1 sec.
Yeah,
Uno
background Nick's full
momento.
porting all his accounts.
Oh, you have to end a current poll in order to do another one.
Yeah, you can have two up.
That makes sense. That makes sense. He's all like just panicking in the background.
All right, let's see. I mean, guys, the usual statistic is that our chat is green, and it looks like it's the same case today. So far, we're 50 votes in, 70% green. Nick, the options are green, sadness, and drinking because it's Friday Eve. What? Oh, man. Oh, fuck.
Oh man. Great background we got here.
Where's the blue my account button? Oh, no. Sorry to hear
Well,
that.
that's definitely red.
That is definitely red. That is probably the drinking because it's Friday Eve button. Green, 67% green so far. Nice chat. That's how we do it. Looks like you followed Miriam's trading. Just crushed it.
Nice. Good job. Good job today, guys.
Yeah. Well, that's good. And another good day in the chat. Another good day in the stream. Had Coach Tank today. Boy, this has been a great week of shows, and we gotta finish strong tomorrow. Miriam, we're gonna have to talk to background Nick and maybe even the boss about coming on tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're gonna have to. Who wants Lil Nicky, DJ Nick, Lil DJ Nick, Italian Nick, background Nick. What else do we call him?
He can have my seat if he wears a white tee.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of work in the background too. So he's gonna have to get his own little assistant to help him out. But I think we should have him on.
All right, guys. Well, we are coming to the end of today's stream. We want to thank everyone I know we had a lot of first-time viewers today, so we want to thank everyone for that. We want to thank everyone for helping us get to 15K. So that means, we'll celebrate every 1,000 along the way, but the next big milestone is 20. So we've got to work towards that. And guys, we do this because you tell people about the stream, as we ask you to do every day. You know, when you're trading discords on social media, I don't care if you got 10 followers or 10,000. Shout us out and make sure to tag us and just let us know what you enjoy, what you'd like to see more of on the show. We always appreciate feedback as well. So, guys, that is it for another edition of Tradeify TV. We'll kick it around the horn here to say our goodbyes. Hopefully not the final goodbye for Nick. So we'll hope and pray everything goes well tomorrow. But now I'll kick it over to the man who, for some reason, is going to strap himself to a plane tomorrow and take off. Nick, take it away.
Yeah, I'll try not to die, Matt. Okay?
I'm going to feel like such a dick if
I know.
If something happens, you're going to be the worst person on this planet.
By then, Miriam would be doing the show by herself. So,
no, guys, I appreciate today's session. It was super fun. Big shout out to Miriam, literally hitting her second 5-figure day live on stream. I mean, who else does that? That is fucking fantastic. Thank you, chat, for being here. Great questions, funny comments, a lot of paying good attention when Coach Tank was on. So I hope you gained a lot of value from the stream. You got some laughter from the stream. It was great. It was fun. And I'll be back next Monday. But you are going to have a banger stream tomorrow with Mary, Matt, and Lil Degen, maybe. I'm pretty sure of that. So enjoy that, and I'll see you all next week. But as usual, let's end the stream with our one and only 5-figure curly matcha mommy.
Oh, I love it. It's always something new. That's what I love. But appreciate every single one of you guys for being on the stream today. Love that we hit 15K. Thank you all for subscribing, for supporting our channel, for always just rocking with us. Again, if you haven't already, share it with a friend so we can continue to add more value to you guys every single morning. We love you guys, and remember to always, always, always practice gratitude. There's more to trading than just making money. So if you want to, if you're feeling compelled, go hug a stranger today. Show some love, spread the kindness. But if not, we don't want you getting all these restraining orders coming back. So we love you guys. We will see you we'll see you tomorrow, next morning, on the stream, 8:30 Eastern. Go be great. We'll see you then.
See you guys.